Hello.
Hello. How
How are
are
you?
you?
Doing well, doing well. No complaints.
Happy to hear. Yo, I'm so tired. Like, I tried to not fall asleep, but I'm here and I'm
Yes,
ready
I'm
for
proud
this.
of you. I'm proud of you. Um, yeah, are we live now, or I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know
we're
this app.
live.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we're
Um,
live. People are going to be coming in and they're going to be leaving comments. And I think the only thing we need to just address is when the comments are in. If you want to answer it, if you want me to answer it, just let me know. And
oh,
just,
okay.
just tell me when you're going to do it, or I'll tell you when I'm going to do it so we can get to hear what people got to say. And I'm sure they're going to be really active.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic to say the least. It's an interesting
In-
topic.
Indeed,
I'm
indeed. But
trying to
I'm
see
so
what my.
happy we finally get to talk
I
after
know,
all
right?
this time.
I know, like, you were the inspiration for my entire YouTube channel, so it is incredible that we're actually doing this finally.
It is. There they come.
Okay,
So, oh, this. So this is
I
a
think I'm
friend of
gonna let you
mine.
control the messages because I'm so new to this app that I have no idea
Okay,
what. Yeah, I don't want
no
to press
worries, no
anything.
worries.
I just want to be the first to comment.
So that's a friend of mine on here. That's Mexoplex. Hey, Mexoplex. I don't know if you're a Love Island watcher, but if you are, welcome. Stay in. Come chat with us. We are going to
Hilarity.
talk about Love Island USA season 2, about the winners of Love Island and the fraud that is Caleb.
Wow, wow. Caleb keeps throwing you under the bus, man.
Hey, he put himself there. He buried himself. How dare
Hilarity.
he?
Hilarity. I oh God, Kadija, you have no idea. Like, when I heard this story break, I was confused. I thought it was one thing, but then more and more people would give me more information about it, and then I was like,
Right.
oh. So, but I do have another. I do look at it from another perspective, and some will
Hmm.
say it's probably devil's advocate, and some will say that I'm a battered spouse who just doesn't want to believe. But you know, but I do look at it from a different perspective, and I think we'll get into that later on, and as we discuss it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like I not that I'm a devil's advocate with regards to the situation, but
Mhm.
I was a bit shocked when it
Mhm.
happened because
Mhm.
I only follow Justine. I don't follow any of them from the
Right.
season because I don't really care. Justine's the only one
Mhm.
I cared about, honestly. And then
Mhm.
I saw her post on Instagram and I was like, huh?
Mhm.
And then
Mhm.
I swear, maybe not everybody, but so many people started messaging me like, yo, girl, do you know what happened? You
Mhm.
need to do something on this. Like, what? And I was like,
Ye-
huh? I was so
Yes.
shocked. And it wasn't until that last live where everybody was telling me all the extras. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
what? I
Yep.
was so
Yep. Yep. Yep.
shocked.
If I could be honest, I'm not shocked that they broke up. I'm not
Hmm.
shocked that they broke up, and I'm actually not even shocked that they didn't last that long. Um, I tend to not follow any reality personality after the show just because
Hmm.
I understand how reality TV works. When you go on the show, you are made into a two-dimensional flat character. You are the
Mm,
jock, you are the beauty queen, you are the nerd. Like, that's how
right,
they edit you so that we as the public can view you in a easier light. But when you come off
right,
these shows, you become more complex as usual. So some people who
right.
you really loved become disappointing, if you understand what I'm saying. So
Yeah, I
I
get
tend to
that.
leave them alone and whatever. But when I watched the YouTube, sorry, Justine did a YouTube video where Caleb came to visit her, and I saw
Mm,
their interaction, and I knew the writing was on the wall. Like, I knew their
mm,
interaction just didn't seem like, you know, it didn't seem natural. It didn't seem authentic. it seemed like they were putting on a show for us. Like they were trying to find that spark. They knew we were watching to see the spark, and I felt like they were trying too hard. And I was like, this isn't gonna last, you know? So when everything broke down, I thought it broke down naturally. I didn't realize it broke down because of, you know, him having this girl on the side and this whole life, you know, double life kind of situation, you know?
Right. Whew. I'm not gonna say that it isn't possible that he fell for her, because in watching the show, like, remember I did say grown alike, what the hell is this being? But apart from that, right, I do feel that Justine liked him more than he liked her. That I felt throughout the entire show. And I will say that I do feel like he liked her, just not as much, right? He may not have been in love with her. And obviously, because of what he had at home, we could understand why he wasn't, you know, trying as much, or, you know, trying as much. Nevertheless, and I think this is how most of us feel, it's like you were manipulating the situation to your favor and you lied.
Okay.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I agree and disagree on this.
Okay.
The thing is, a lot can happen from when you apply to be on a reality show to when you get onto the reality show, right? I don't know what the history between him and this girl is, like how long they were together for before, you know, or if they were taking a break. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what happened when he applied for the show. I know when I did my first reality show, it took 3 months from my application to when they called and said you got on the show. Now think about that. 3 months is a long time. You could meet the love of your life the day after you apply. You understand?
Right.
So as their relationship is building before he gets on the show, when he gets the call, hey, we want you to come out next week. Does he say, no, I'm not going to come out because I'm talking to this girl? And I put that to your viewers too. Is anyone going to pass up the opportunity to be on a reality show because they're talking to someone? No, no one's going to do that. That's one thing. The producers of the show most likely knew he had a relationship or some kind of situation. They scrutinized these people so much. Oh yeah, 100%. One of the first things you go through when you apply for a reality show, they ask you, give us all your social media handles. They investigate your social media. They have people who are just as good as all of those NSA and FBI agents out there who found all this information. They have people just as good who will go through all of that information to see that they're not putting murderers on TV. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, except what was that one guy that they kicked off silently? Noah.
Noah's situation, I think, is slightly different. I mean, I think Noah probably knew somebody and they were like, yeah, come on the show. And then shit hit the fan on that one. But I definitely think something like a relationship pictures, people aren't that good at hiding, relationships on social media in 2020, especially a 24-year-old kid. You're not that good. You understand? So I believe, and then the next thing too, you have to understand, when they cast these shows, they're not casting for people to actually find love. They're casting characters. They're casting people that will provide good TV. And sometimes those people are married. Sometimes those people have secret relationships, and the producers don't care. The producers could come out right now and say, oh my God, we didn't know this, that, and the other. They're not saying that. You want to know why? Because they've already moved on to season 3. They've already, they don't care about these people. They've moved on. So when I look at the casting, I think they probably knew he had a situation. They still said, come on the show because we need a good-looking guy of ambiguous mixed race heritage. You seem to fit a character of a nice guy, which is what we need. Boom, you're on the show. And I think Caleb was like, well, yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity. Because remember, he kept saying, hey, I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't expect to meet anybody. This experience is more than I thought I was going to get. He probably thought he was going to come on the show, stay around for a paycheck for like 3 weeks and leave. But I too agree
Right.
with you when I say I think he did find something with Justine, but
Mm.
also we need to realize that in the facade of the show, meaning like when you get on a reality show, everything is fabricated. This is not real life. Your responses and your reactions are based on this fabricated world, right? So he would have found a connection
Mm.
in this fabricated world with her. And I feel
I
like the people who are like,
wouldn't necessarily say that. I
mm,
do understand where you're coming from with
mm,
regards to that. However, I do think you can make genuine connections with people, and I don't
oh,
think
no,
that's
no,
fabricated. But I
no, 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 no.
understand
I'm
what you
not
mean,
saying
like
the
how the
emotions.
producers are asking certain questions and pushing people, here to do certain things. That I can understand how that
No,
portion
no,
is
no.
fabricated.
No, but that's what I mean. I'm not saying your emotions are fabricated. I'm saying that the
Mm,
environment is fabricated. So your
right, right,
emotions, your natural emotions are reacting to the fabricated world, meaning
right.
he is now away from his family, he's away from his friends, he's away from his phone. And and they're throwing all these obstacles in your way. And it's forcing him, meaning it's his reactions are forcing him to gravitate to people who maybe in real life he would never speak to. You understand what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like his
And he did
emotions are
say that with
manifesting.
regards to Justine. He definitely did say like she's not the normal person that I would go
Right.
for. Yeah.
Exactly. And even his friendships. He and Johnny probably might never have been friends outside of the show. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Right.
when you get on these shows, you're reacting to what they're throwing at you. And it
Hmm.
makes you react in different ways than you would in real life. So again, I think they did find something real. It's just that now they're back in the real world, and he's now, that girl who he probably was talking to before, she's in his face all the time compared to, before when Justine was in his face all the time. And I just feel like Justine and Caleb in the real world are not compatible. And in his situation, it's kind of like, well, I have this girl that
Mm.
I'm talking to that I like, and I'm gonna just go over here. The issue becomes the overwhelming love and support that they got, that they didn't expect to get, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't think
Right.
either Justine or Caleb realized the impact they would have after the show. And coming off of that, it's a very overwhelming feeling to know the entire world is like following your every move and they're rooting for you, and they love you all together. But the truth is, you all aren't compatible together, and you're now having to keep this facade going, this lie going, because you don't know what to do. You went from normal person to a celebrity in 3 months, and now you don't know how to handle all of that. So yeah, you're going to continue
So,
to try and fake the system.
okay. So I
Hmm.
do recall in some of your videos,
Hmm.
and I
Yes.
said the same thing as well,
Hmm.
that we see them as being compatible because they feed off of each other. They have a connection, they have a chemistry.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
now, why do you say that you don't believe that they have a connection or that they're compatible?
Well, okay, no. One of the things that I said in my videos was their communication. Their communication
Mm-hmm.
was above average. But one of my
Mm-hmm.
videos, I actually said they were, of the final four, they were the least
Mm-hmm.
compatible of the final four. I mean, if you
Mm.
look at zodiac signs and all of that kind of stuff, he's an Aquarius, she's a Pisces, he's a air sign, she's a water sign. They're not really compatible in the sense of their natures, right? But on the
Okay.
show, they were willing to communicate. The way they communicated was like
Right.
so mature that I was like,
Right.
wow, this is amazing. But when they come off the show and they're not, and Justine said that thing on in her when he came out there to visit her, she said
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't know how to text. When I text him, he
Yeah.
doesn't respond for a while. And I was
Right.
like, that is something that I would say to people that that I'm very frustrated with. Like when I text you, I want you to respond to me in a timely
Right.
fashion. And I feel like in a relationship setting, communication is a big thing. In the
Mm.
house, they're forced to be in each other's face all the time. So when we saw
Right.
them communicating, it was amazing and it was mature and it was great. But now they're in the real world and the communication has broken down because he is not let me get back to you right now kind of person, I started realizing, okay, yeah, they're not on the same wavelength here outside
Right.
of the villa. You understand?
Okay.
I
That I can
also
agree
looked at
to.
I also looked at how he was responding to the fame. I made a comment where I said I felt like Justine was still uncomfortable with the fame that she was receiving. I could tell
Yeah,
like
I
she was
remember.
still trying to figure this out. But when he got off the show, he was like, he hit the ground running. Like you could tell he
Yep,
was
I
very
remember you saying that.
comfortable. He was very comfortable in the environment. So
Right.
I was like, I can see some incompatibility there as well. His personality lends itself to, yes, I'm a star now. And hers is like, okay, I still want my privacy, you know?
Right.
So
No,
I
I
just saw
definitely
those
see that.
things.
So for those that are in the room, there's
Mhm.
20 plus of you. Thank you for coming in. Make sure to share this on wherever, whatever platform that you're on. Make sure to follow Sandman. Okay, show him some love on here. And if you have any comments, so don't call in. So if you're new in here, just hold down on that little microphone thing and you can talk up to 1 minute and then you can leave your comments. Okay. So we have a comment. I'm gonna go ahead and play it, okay?
Okay.
Was Caleb in a relationship? Is that the reason why he broke up with Justine?
Apparently so, Lisa.
Apparently so. Apparently he was either in a relationship full blown or talking to a woman that he had history with for a while before he got on the show. And
Right.
I believe it's not that he broke up with her. I think it was that Justine found out because his little sister posted a picture of the family during Christmas time, and the girls showed up in the picture. And because we have so many investigators out there in social media world, they put two and two together. They found the woman's whole entire history, found necklaces that both Caleb and the woman share. Like they both have these matching necklaces, and they put the entire piece of the puzzle together. And I guess they probably sent the dossier of information to Justine, and Justine was able to see, connect the dots as well. And I think Justine is the one who called it off.
Right. And I
Yeah.
think that's where the deceit and the manipulation comes from, because you are trying to supposedly you love and care for Justine and you have a relationship with this person, but at the same time you're two-timing her with somebody else and she has no clue. So for me, again, it's like from the beginning, and like you said, okay, let's say it took 3 months for him to get on the show. He got on the show, and during that time before he got on the show, he was talking to someone, and then got on the show, didn't expect anything to happen. Boom, boom, bam, met somebody, and clearly they had some kind of a connection. So at the same time, you come out of this house, you're getting all this love, all this fame, and you're still pursuing that situation and this person. That's where like the fraudulency, I guess, comes from, where
well, I have to ask this is the question I have to ask you and your viewers.
Right.
What would you do in that situation? Meaning, like, again, you're a normal person, everyday Joe. You have no PR training. You have none of that. You get put on the show, you're not expecting anything, then the entire world falls in love with your relationship. And you come off, you're getting comments from celebrities, you're getting comments from everyday people, thousands and thousands of people who are like, we love you together, we love you together, we love you together. And now you're like, well, I want to be with somebody else. How do you respond in that case? Do you just come out, well, yeah, it's done?
But with that, it's not I want to be with somebody else. It's like I felt for someone. I've told this person all these things, that I like you, I love you, I care about you, right? And
Yep.
also I have my little side piece. That's the difference. So I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. It's like, how do you handle this? But he could
How
have
do you
handled that
handle
by
this?
speaking to Justine, like, yo, this was a thing I had before. I'm sorry. Like, I can't do this anymore. And maybe that's just, for me, that's a cowardly question, in the sense of like, how do you handle this? You can handle it. You're grown. You have a mouthpiece. You can talk.
Well, no, here's the thing. I get that, but I feel like if we're answering this from the standpoint of us living everyday lives, I don't think
Right.
we're answering this from the standpoint of being reality show 15 seconds of fame famous. There are, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I think, not to make this a deep and dark conversation, it's just that I think about all of those, like, sexual abuse victims, and please watch where I'm going with this, who didn't speak at the time because they were weighing all of these options. What happens to my career? What happens to this? What happened to da, 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 da? It is a
Mm-hmm.
mindset that happens to everyone when they go through crisis with their livelihood, with their money, with their fame that they don't want to give up. These are
Mm-hmm.
questions that they have to ask themselves, like, what happened? What are the repercussions to what I do here? And the
Mm-hmm.
problem with this is that most people will choose to be frauds. And that's the sad part about this. Most people will
Right.
choose to be frauds because they're trying to save their coins. And I'm 100% do not condone what he did. I think it is horrible. It's just that when I look at it, I see what he did. I can see it already. I know why he's trying to play both sides of the field, because he wants to make sure everyone still loves him and everyone still likes him. And you can't have
Yeah.
it both ways, you know?
And I get what you're saying, and for me, I kind of understand the correlation you're trying to make with like somebody that's considering reporting sexual abuse. I don't think
Hmm.
it's the same, but I guess I kind of understand where you're coming from. But for me, like his perspective is narcissistic, whereas like somebody
Hmm.
that is contemplating like addressing abuse, that's completely different in the sense that like I've been
Hmm.
hurt by something. I'm
Hmm. Hmm.
afraid that if I speak up, something bad is going to happen to me. I'm going to be
Right, right.
blacklisted. Whereas his situation, one, he's being deceitful, one, he's lying, and he knew
Hmm.
all of these things. He knew all of these. So now it's like it's all about just false pretense. It's about narcissism. And
You're right. You're
his
right.
all it is just his importance with regards to this situation, not caring about how he's going to affect somebody else. And that's why I kind of pose that question. Is
Hmm.
he worse than Johnny? Because at least
Mm.
Johnny, we could send we see through Johnny. We see he's a manipulator. We see he's narcissistic. We see he's a gaslighter. We see through all his bullshit because he can't hide that. Whereas this individual is just moving like a sly little snake.
I will say,
And
I will
we all
answer
fell.
this. I will answer this and say, yes, he is worse than Johnny. Because one of the comments that I made in one of my videos, and again, I'm to all those people, I'm very sorry about the sexual abuse correlation. I just, but anyway,
Right.
one of the things that I said is that Johnny will do well after the show if he embraces his villainous edit. If you understand what I'm saying, if he
Mm,
embraces that whole, like, yes, I was the playboy, yes, I went to Casa More, yes, I did that, he will still do well because that's within his brand. If you
right.
understand, that's his brand.
Right. I agree.
Caleb's brand was perfect boyfriend, nice guy. That was Caleb's
Hmm.
brand.
Right.
So for him to go through all of this, he has torched his brand.
Right.
There's no coming back from that. So yes, it is a narcissistic way to look at the whole thing, but at the end of the day, he's looking at it from, like, I am going to lose all that I have gained. What do I
Right.
do? Do I tell the truth and lose it, or do I
Mm,
lie and try and keep it? And to
right.
me, it's a lose-lose situation.
Right. I
It's
hear what you're
you
saying.
just lose.
Right. I definitely feel you. Okay, we have 6 comments. Let's get through them, okay? And
Okay,
on here there are gonna be trolls, just like people leaving comments. So if there's
understood.
trolls, I'm just gonna mute them.
Understood.
I completely agree with what Sandman's saying. When they came out of the villa, I think I remember like Caleb had his YouTube channel like up and running, and like Justine was like
Yeah.
behind, and it was kind of, I feel like that was the first moment for me where I was like, wait, what's going on here? Like, I was really supporting Justine, but it seems like Caleb is taking this and running with it, and just like the
Mm,
merch too, it was just very. There were signs from the beginning where it was just like, okay, this might be different. And like from when they came out, I was like, Caleb just seems different as to how he was in the villa, and I think that just goes to the compatibility that you guys were referring to.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. He was definitely
Hmm.
very quick on getting everything started.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that's a red flag to me. When you already have merchandise ready, I mean, like, that's a red flag to me. But anyway, we can
Mm,
move to the next.
It seems like CBS really dropped the ball this season. How would they allow his father to appear on TV when he had a whole charge for inappropriate actions with high school students? And then the Noah thing and
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know if
Okay.
they do like a background check on the parents. I mean, I would think they would do it on like the cast members, but I don't know. If you
Okay.
have insight on that, let us know.
Well, CBS back in the Disney used to be a very clean cut, cookie cutter, like family kind of thing. If you were going on a CBS reality show, you needed to be pristinely white, clean, if you understand what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
I believe they got bought by the parent company of MTV and VH1 and those people. They got,
Viacom.
yeah, so now they're in Viacom. I think they're under that umbrella now. And
Mm,
as we know, MTV and those people, they're a bit more laxed with their casting, if you understand what I'm saying.
right.
Like, I was
Right.
surprised, I was shocked out of my mind when I found out Love Island was on CBS, because it usually is not a CBS type show. People kissing
Mm,
everybody, slobbering on everybody, and possible sexual activity. That's not CBS. But when I found out, yeah, they're now under the same parent company as MTV and all of these kinds of stuff, that's when I was like, okay, their casting department is willing to take bigger risks than the old CBS. So with that caller was very astute in their observations by saying, like, it's shocking that they would have this person who is a registered sex offender, I believe, allegedly. I don't know
right.
if it's allegedly or not, but I when I look at who owns CBS now, it makes sense that they would be like, well, yeah, we don't care anymore, because that's their brand. They are more risque than the old owners of CBS.
Right. Wow.
Mm.
I'm just very shocked that Caleb's girlfriend, the other girl outside the villa, she knew about Justine, but she still decided to go with it. This whole situation is so shocking.
I guess she knew he was trying to get the bag, so she played
Ex-
her part then, I guess.
exactly. I mean, I feel we have to get out of our shockedness right now and really put ourselves in that situation. Like,
Right.
I know so many women who would be like, yeah, honey, go on that show and get that money. Flirt as much as you need to get to win that show. I know women, and I know men who would say the same thing to their women. Go on the show, flirt out with how you need to, win this money, win this show. It's fame. You're
Right.
gonna get followers from it. We're gonna get opportunities from it. So
Mm.
am I shocked that she just played along with it? No, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean his whole family played along with it.
Yeah,
Like, look
yeah.
at his mom. And I will say this, right?
Mhm,
When they had the parents call in, I
mhm,
wasn't really digging his mom because I felt like she didn't really speak to Justine. I don't know how to explain that. When I say speak, it's
mhm.
not just like, oh, hi, whatever. It's like I
Right,
didn't
right,
sense
right.
like sincerity. I didn't sense that she was welcoming, as opposed to,
Mhm,
let's say, Justine's family, where they're like, oh, yes, we love you, all of that stuff.
mhm.
You know what I mean?
Well,
So I was
I
like,
am devil's advocate here. I feel that's also cultural. Two,
mm,
one, it's a cultural thing. Like, if you know African people, you know, when the
mm,
Caribbean people, we're like, come in, you're part of the family. We only know you for 2 seconds.
right,
But but also I think about the television aspect. Not everyone is comfortable being on TV. Like,
true,
and it's a technical thing. Like, with those calls, what would happen is the producers will call you, they will tell you like a full rundown of things you can't say, things you can say, and then they're also online with you, on the phone call with you too. And just remember, they only showed like probably a minute of the full
right,
like 30-40 minute conversation. So
right,
they're editing all of these things. So yes, I agree that there was an element of like she seemed a bit uncomfortable, but when I look at
mm,
the full picture of what was happening
right.
around her, I can understand why she would be a bit like standoffish in that moment.
Right.
But
I
again,
love
she
your
too would have known
perspective,
the money.
honestly. Right.
Mhm.
And I love your perspective just because you do have a background in this and you've experienced this. So it's really good to have that kind of insight. And I do think I think most people, yes, we realize that reality TV is chopped up and
Yeah.
they're editing it in a certain way to get a particular storyline. We get that.
Yes.
But then at the same time, because emotions get involved, you're just kind of like, how dare you?
Yep.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
because you already know.
Oh,
Justine's
yeah.
my girl, and then Sally's the second, right? So I'm like, don't do it. Don't come from my girl. Don't mess with her. So
No.
I think a lot of us just kind of like fell in love with Justine. Not in
Oh,
that sense, but
yes.
you know what I mean? Where it's
I
like,
fell
we
in love
want to
with
see
her.
her win. We know how you feel, so hit her up. I mean, she probably needs some time. She needs some
Of
time,
course.
to
Of
heal or
course. Of
whatever.
course.
But like, hey, girl, I got your back, If you need a back rub or whatever.
Hilarious. No, like I understand, that people get into their emotions, and they also feel that they know these people. That is the biggest thing about watching a
Right.
reality show. You feel like you know the people, and when you see them and they act in ways that you're like, what? You're like, that's so out of your character that you don't act like that. And they're like, yeah, no, that is me.
Yeah.
Like that
Right.
is me.
That is true. And I think that goes
Yeah.
back to what you're saying, how they're just two-dimensional and they're flat and we add in all those extra things based on how we feel
Yes.
about those individuals.
Yes.
So I definitely
Yes.
understand what you mean. It's kind of like, Tiffany Pollard, aka New York.
Yes.
So it's like her. It's like now she's doing other things and we're seeing different sides of her, but we're still like, this is New York and she'll check you and she'll be funny
Yep.
and a little bit at the same time, but we do kind of just see her in just that light, unfortunately.
Yes. I interact with a lot of reality stars through my work and through being on TV. And there's certain people who are like major villains on their shows that you're like in real life are such sweet people. Like I think about Kenya Moore all the time. Kenya is a very nice person. Like she's a very nice person. But I watched an episode of Real Housewives of Atlanta and I was like, why are you acting like this? Like, why are you like this? Because I'm like, this isn't you, So we add so much color to this and we don't realize, we're seeing a put together character.
Right. And I think she's definitely a villain we love to hate for sure.
Exactly.
And according to, like Eva, Candy, and all of them, I'm sure Kenny is sweet, but I ain't gonna lie, she gets on my goddamn nerve. And I'm just like, girl. But I do also realize like there's good in her, but she's ready for the shits. And sometimes I'm like for example, this new season with how she was coming for Drew, I'm like, girl,
I have
on.
no idea. I've literally watched 3 episodes of the show in total, but I know that that's her. I know that's her shtick. She's a villain that we love to hate. But when I see her in real life and when I interact with her, I'm like, you are like a baby,
Right.
So,
right. Yeah. But I could understand, for her like why she is the way she is, and it's probably easier just to be that rather than be nice and then have somebody stomp all over you, kind of like how her partner has been doing to her. So I can understand that.
True.
Especially
It's
with
your
them
paycheck.
ladies.
True. It's your paycheck too. You have to understand that like Nene built an empire creating that Nene, and even she too in real life is very like subdued, so it's kind of like you put the persona on, the people pay, the networks pay for that, and then you come off and you take your wig off and you're normal, but
that's
they give
true.
you
And I think and I think a lot of us are like that too. Just for example, like we all know how to code switch. When you're at work, you're this way. When you're with whoever you're with, you're this way. We can turn it off, put it on, and that's just kind of how we have to interact and live within our daily lives. So I think we all experience that.
Yep. Do we have more?
Yeah, I'm gonna play him.
I completely agree with Sandman about Caleb saying he's a bad texter being a red flag. The thing is, being a bad texter, that isn't a red flag. There are a lot of people who are bad texters. I mean, I'm not the best texter. I'm one of those people who will get back to you when I can. I'm an air sign, so that probably, gives you a bit more of an insight into what I'm like with communication. But for me, being a bad texter, that's not a red flag. What's a red flag is when you enter a relationship with someone and, you're wanting something serious and something
you know, you want the relationship to be successful, you have got to be willing to change your ways. You can't be going
Yep.
into a
Right.
relationship and being a bad texter.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Especially when the other person expects regular communication. It's just
Mm-hmm.
not going to work out. So my
Mm-hmm.
problem is that Caleb left the show and he was continuing his ways from the past. He was bringing that into relationship with Justine.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yep. 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 Yep.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like compromise is key in any relationship, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
care for like if you say you're a bad texter, do
Mm-hmm.
better. Like call me instead. Like for
Mm-hmm.
me personally, I'm not a texter. Texting is just like we're meeting here, okay. It's just answering basic stuff. But if you want to
Right.
talk to me, communicate with
Right.
me,
Right.
you better
Right.
pick up that damn phone.
Yeah. I 100% agree, and I agree with the caller as well. Um, I it comes. I mean, ladies, again, if your man isn't texting, if you tell your man that and he's not making that effort, I'm sorry, let him go. Like, let him go. You have to make
Agreed.
that effort. You have to make that effort, and it's something so simple. I just feel like that is
Right.
something so simple that you can,
Right.
again, if you're really feeling someone,
Mm-hmm.
you can
You'll
change
make the
that,
effort. Right.
Yeah. But
Yeah, you'll
again,
put in
if
the
it's
work. If
something,
you really care about someone, you'll
Mhm,
do what's necessary.
mhm. I mean, the flip could be that maybe he asked her, "Don't text me that much," or and she, like it could work both ways. But again, I just feel like their communication style, and especially when you live on opposite ends of the country, you're supposed to
Right.
make even more of an effort to communicate with one another. So if that is a
Exactly.
problem
Exactly.
earlier clock, then again, it is a problem with the relationship. But yeah.
Totally agree.
And to answer your question, Sandman, if I were Caleb, I would have stopped talking to that outside girl and just ride off into the sunset with Justine. That's what I would have done. Like, seriously.
I mean, that makes more sense for the bag, right? Because
Well.
imagine, no, but imagine though, if they'd had like a YouTube channel, like, and
Mm,
I was saying that for sure when I was
mm,
reviewing it. Imagine if they have a
mm.
YouTube channel, they're gonna get hella sponsors because they're America's sweetheart, for real,
Yep.
for real. So if he was smart about that bag like that, he would have been like, let's do this, let's have this for a year. Like, I don't know if you watched it was the Netflix series.
Mm,
It's not Love is
mm,
Blind, it's another one where
mm,
kind of like Love Island, it was called something else, and
mm,
there's this stupid couple from there, one guy from Australia and then this one Kim Kardashian wannabe girl, and they
mm,
pretended to be in a relationship for like a year and got like
mm,
over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and
mm.
they made their bank, and then after they broke up. So
Well,
he could have done it. He could have kept playing the role.
yeah, but men are stupid, and a 24-year-old
Yeah.
old guy is even more. Um, I'm I if we look at it very callously, yes, dump the
Mm,
girl and go off into the sunset with Justine and make my money. Yes. But again, I think things are more complex than we think it is. And it's like,
right.
yeah, my heart still likes this one, but I have a connection that I made on this TV show with this other one. And this other one is making me money, but this other one is the type of woman I usually go for. And I don't know. Like I feel
Right.
like
Right.
a 24-year-old kid who has no PR training, no nothing. I feel like it becomes a conflicted moment for him. I know what
Right.
I would have done, but I'm just like, so
Well, better luck
mhm.
next time, I guess.
Yeah. Well, there won't be a next time. I'm
That's
sorry,
for
he
damn
has
sure.
so torched his brand that you
Right.
heard people are dropping him. Sponsors are dropping him. So
And as they should. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah,
I don't feel,
of
I have no
course, of
sympathy for
course.
him with regards to that. You made your
And neither
bed.
do I.
Yeah, you use this person. Voila, that's what you get.
The issue here isn't the fact that he had a girlfriend. Yes, he did have a girlfriend before going on to the show, and that's absolutely wrong. The fact is that he was deceiving people and making it look like he was in love with Justin. So he was trying to use her to become more famous, and then when he became more famous, he was going to dump her and then maybe show up his new girl or the girl he's always been with.
That is the issue, and the fact that his whole family and his friends were in on it. So that is the conversation that should be had, in my opinion, here. And in Love Island, there are guys in the UK version that have had girlfriends, and immediately they come off the show, they actually break up within a week. So we shouldn't give Caleb that whole, oh, he's a reality star and this and that.
Right. Or that
Okay.
he's young excuse either.
Okay, there is something that I'm gonna say. Reality shows in the UK and reality shows in the US are two different things. I have to point that out. I wanted to point that out in an earlier
How
video.
so?
Reality shows in the UK are definitely more real and raw. And the production of a reality show in the UK is definitely different. I've been on two reality shows, one produced by the Americans and one produced by the UK. And the UK producers, the story producers, the directors will always tell you, like, filming in America is so tough because you have so much shit you have to go through, so much protocol, so many things that you have, so many beats you have to hit. Whereas in the UK, they kind of just, and sorry, I'm getting excited about this topic, but I remembered after I watched this season of Love Island, I watched the UK version and my mouth dropped. I could not believe the things they were getting away with. And that is because in the UK, it is real, it is raw, it is unapologetic. And thus, things like a person having a boyfriend, they will get dragged to the hill in the UK for that, from the production element. But in America, they don't care about that from the producer standpoint. They just want to make TV. You know, as I always say, when Teresa flipped that table on Real Housewives of New Jersey, the whole casting process for reality television in the US changed. Every production wanted that table flipping moment, so they cast characters. They don't cast real people to have these experiences. They cast people they know will give them that response on TV. So whereas in the UK, I agree with the caller. I agree, like they will definitely hold them to a different standard. But the production side here, they're gonna let people slide on that. No, us as viewers in America, I'm not saying that we should also give him a pass because he's young and stupid and all of that. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at how he's responding to the backlash and how it would have been in the UK. And in the UK, even he would have been, if he was a British, he would have been tougher, quite frankly. And he would have been tougher and would have been, because their whole lifestyle to me is tougher than the American lifestyle. I don't know if you could agree or disagree with that one. Like,
what do you
feel
mean
like
by that, tougher?
I when it comes to TV, I feel like if they're so raw and they tell you like it is versus here where they're trying to please people, if you understand what
Okay, like the audience. Got you.
Sorry, I didn't hear what
like
you said.
Please the audience. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
I feel like we definitely have audience pleasers here. So I feel like it would be a different situation had they been on the UK version of the show. Yes,
I will definitely say, because like myself included, when watching Love Island US, I'm like, y'all, what is this? This is so fucking not cookie cutter, but it's so chill because there's never a drama like that. Whereas like the UK one, like this shit, I'm like, God damn. Every day I'm ready. I'm ready. Looking forward to this. I know it's crazy. And I'm not even into drama and shit like that.
Right.
But like this show, especially the season with Amber, Yewande, and Anna, that season, I was in there. I was cussing motherfuckers out. So I definitely see where you're saying how there's like a big difference. Even like if you've seen the Big Brother UK with Stephanie Pollard, aka New York, versus like Big Brother America, like they're insane. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, they're different. They're produced differently, and the audience responds to it differently, and the people when they get on the show act differently too. So I feel like Anna and Yewande and those people on those reality shows are more themselves, like how they would be in real life, than how JALEB, the Carringtons, they couple that we saw on Love Island USA, I will say in real life, they're probably not exactly like we saw them on that
Right.
show. You
They're not
know?
being their authentic selves because they're putting up a front.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
would say also, I think the UK one, they also put up a front, but there is more rawness with them. So I would
Yes.
agree with that. But I wanted to
Yes.
address something that you said
Mhm.
about that Teresa flipping the table thing.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say because I wouldn't say it's because of her. I think because she is a white woman and that made it
Mm.
more mainstream,
Mhm.
that's where that maybe got popularized. But if we were gonna look at
Yes.
like
Oh,
love
yes.
basketball wives with fucking crazy ass that bitch, I can't stand her.
Oh,
What's her
damn.
name? Elvana Lavada,
Uh,
her. Evelyn, her.
uh,
This bitch is jumping and running across tables, trying to hit people with shoes. Like,
wait. But just remember,
eh,
Teresa's table flipping was like 2000 and because it came out right before my show, so it would have been 2008.
yo,
Like
this was
that.
before, I swear. Basketball Wives was before that. Because there's
I
always
thought.
been drama on the Housewives of Atlanta, but when the white women go more crazy and are more ghetto, then they're like, "Ooh, yes, great." But
Mhm.
when it's on the black side, if you see how Andy
Oh
Cohen
yeah.
is always doing it, right? They
Hmm.
always make it a big deal, like, oh, when the black ones fight, oh, we don't we're against like violence, et cetera, et cetera. But when the white ladies
Right.
are doing it, it's just drama. It's nothing. So there's definitely a difference in the way they treat that when it's drama by white women versus drama by women of color. And I think because of that, that kind of makes it more mainstream. We're like, okay, well,
Hmm.
the white people, they're ghetto too, but they're never going to say ghetto. They're never going to say problematic. They're never going to say these things. But if it's a person of color, then it's like, oh, it's kind of expected and we're going to be harsher with them. So I do want to make that distinction.
As you should. I mean, I having been in the industry, the levels of racism and the minute forms of it, the overt forms of it, you're
Mm,
very right. You are very right. um, it's just again, like for me, being in it and seeing the
right.
switch at the time, like the switch. Yes, you're gonna say that there was that kind of table flipping mentality on black shows.
Right.
I just look at how they started casting all shows after that moment, and it changed. It definitely
Mm,
changed where producers wanted Teresa's table flip in every
mm,
show that happened after, and thus we are now going to cast through recruitment instead of open
mm.
calls. You know,
Gotcha.
um,
Right.
to I mean, your caller put up a second part where she was very. I could tell she was very passionate about the fact that she was like he was using her, the family was using using Justine and that kind of stuff, and I think we both can agree on that part. Like he was using the moment. He was using,
For
unfortunately, I hate
sure.
saying this word, the opportunity that was given to him through
Right.
Justine. Because I always
Right.
say Justine was the star. He was the accessory.
Yes. I
He was using the moment. He was
agreed.
using the opportunity that he got through Justine to do all of this, and his entire family was on board with that.
Right.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Right. I
I just
completely
want to
agree.
say I don't know who there's there's a few people who wouldn't. And I know that sounds even worse, but there's a few people who
Mm.
won't take that opportunity and run with it too.
I'm not, and I agree with you. I mean, I think most people are going to be selfish. Like,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's like altruism is great, but I think most
Yep.
people are selfish, and you're going to fight for whatever you want in your bag.
Yeah.
Remember, like when they won and fucking Johnny was like, "Shit,
Johnny.
keep it."
Yep.
He
Yep.
said, "Keep it."
I
I
was
mean,
like, show
I'm
your
glad
ass
at
on
least,
TV. Just show your ass on
right? I'm
TV.
glad at least, like, he shared it, but obviously we knew he was going to, and if he hadn't at that moment, there would have been hell to pay.
Well, of course, again, brand.
Right.
Because I always said I felt like the show kind of let them know coming down to the end that they were America's darling, which I didn't like. I didn't like from a production standpoint. All the tweet competitions and that kind of stuff were held at the end. So they would have had an idea that, yeah, America loves us. So he
Mm.
would have known his brand was like, yeah, perfect couple. So he wasn't gonna take that money by himself, if you
Right.
understand what I'm saying.
Right.
You know.
For those that are listening, please make sure to share this. Go follow Sandman, okay? And we're gonna get through your comments, but make sure you're sharing this to all other platforms. And if you have any comments, please comment.
What up? What up? What up? Shouting out to y'all this top of this motherfucking. It's 9:30 in the morning. 18 degrees. Goddamn, it's cold.
Hilarious.
No, but for real, what's the topic? Feel me?
Hilarious.
Hello, we are talking about Love Island, USA.
Listen, Caleb fooled all of us.
Yeah.
I was like one of his biggest supporters. Like, I really supported him more than I even supported Justine. And Justine was my girl from day one. Like, I really liked Justine. But, like, once she started associating herself with Caleb, I supported him. But then this fraud decided to go and do what he did. And, like, I'm still finding it hard to, like, believe, like, he did all this. And, you know, the saddest thing about this whole ordeal is the fact that he's, like, the least bit remorseful about what he did. Not once has he ever owned up to it. He's just like skating on in life like nothing ever happened. And he's like literally trying to push his influencer life and like, oh yeah, I didn't do anything. I'm just going to move on with my life. Nothing happened. Like, boy, if you don't go sit your light skin ass down, like when I see him, even though I know I'm not gonna, but it's still on sight in my head.
Okay.
Madam,
well, please don't do
aside,
anything to him.
Light skin aside, she said it's on site. Yo, yeah. I see where you're coming from, right? But damn, on site.
Yeah. You know what? To the caller, right now, he's panicking. He's panicking, and his thought process is pretend like nothing is happening. Like I'm justified here. Like he's trying to convince us that he's right. And that's just not gonna happen. He should have been like, look, I am very sorry. This, like, again, own up to it. I'm very sorry. This is what happened. Well, you know what? It's hard because I also feel like sometimes oversharing is too much too. You know, it's like. But he
I will
just
say this. Go ahead, finish it.
No, I just felt like he should have just jumped out front and been like, yes, I did something. I'm very sorry to Justine for, you know, what happened, blah, blah, blah. And like one thing, shut it down, never talk about it again. But I felt like
just like how Justine did. Right, just like how Justine did, just a simple statement. And that was it. I didn't see the second statement that he made, but the first one I did at the end, he said something along the lines of, you know, it's unfortunate when people feel like they can share your story. And I was like, and for me, that was a dig at Justine. I'm like, one, she hasn't said anything. Two, you did something wrong. What is she supposed to do? That's also her story as well. She didn't throw you under the bus.
I actually think he was talking about the fans, and I need to bring up. Yeah, I need to bring up. There was a fan. Oh God, her name is Unfiltered, Unfiltered on Twitter or something like that. And she put for like another Twitter follower had sent this to me, and she basically put the entire case from the pictures, the comments, the this, the that, like everything in a Twitter thread. And basically said, this is what happened. This is the whole thing. And it's a full-on dossier. Like, it's like 12 tweets in itself. And this is the problem with people when they go on reality television. They open their lives to everyone, right? And they want the fans to be in their lives because they want them to follow them. They want them to buy the merch. But as soon as something goes wrong, all of a sudden it's, I need privacy. This isn't the true story, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, you don't get that right anymore, unfortunately, because you asked us to come into your life. You asked us to be a part of your journey. So unfortunately, when Caleb makes those types of statements, I'm always like, sir, shut up. Shut up, because your bread and butter was buttered by us getting involved. You understand what I'm saying?
Say that again. Your bread and butter was buttered by us.
Yeah,
put that in a damn shirt, please. Go sell that.
That's my merchandise, liming with Sandman merchandise. I'm pushing it.
Bread and butter was buttered by us. Yes.
Yeah, like you can't now come and be like and be so aggressive with it. You cannot be like, you don't know the story, you can't tell my story. Like, no, we can, you know. So yeah. Anyway, I get passionate about that too.
I feel you. I feel you completely.
I want to know, what are you guys' thoughts on his statements post breakup announcement?
Oh, well, we just touched on it.
Rewind.
Right?
I just want to know what he did with those, with the proceeds from the I love you chocolate sweaters that he was selling, because I bought one of them ugly ass sweaters and I had to burn it because I tried giving it to the homeless guy that lives close by my house.
Oh God,
that comes and pick trash. Sorry, not lives, but that comes and picks trash close to my house, and he refused it, so I had to burn it. I want my money back because he told us like some of that proceeds was going to charity, like, and come to find out that he didn't even do that. I want my money back because that's some fraud ass shit. That boy is he needs help, and I'm just upset. Like, he played people. Like, we are real people. We supported him because we really thought this man was genuine. Like, he was about it until he proved himself wrong. I'm upset. I'm tired. Like, I'm upset for Justine.
I hear you.
Okay, TT 101, I believe. This part is kind of not on him that much. What happens when you get on a reality show? You sign about 12 or 24 pages of contracts, right? And you're basically signing your life, your image, your proceeds over to the production company or the network. Because what they say is, because you have gone on our show, we have given you a platform to make money, and we need to collect our money from that. Okay? So I signed it too, and that's why you have to really have your lawyers read these contracts when you go on reality shows. So Caleb thought once he got off the show, he would sell the merchandise and then do the whole charity thing. He did actually think that was what was going to happen. But what really happened is CBS pulled out the contract and said, no, that money is our money. You cannot, that your image is our image. You're still within the window of where we own you. So he had to give the money to CBS. That money didn't go to him. It had to go to CBS. So I knew I was on a modeling show, and even though I came out of the show and I was trying to model with a modeling agency, they had to pass every show that I was going to be cast in, meaning every runway show, by the network, because the network owned my image. And before I could do other jobs, and they own it for like a period of time. Sometimes it's, we own your image or all your proceeds for the next 6 months. Sometimes it's a year. Sometimes it's 10 years. That's why it's very important when you're applying to be on a reality show to have your lawyers read through these contracts. But also know, if you don't sign it, they will find someone who will, because there's someone who's going to want to be on TV so badly that they sign away their rights. So that's that.
I mean, damn.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, that's news to me.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's a part of that too, but I feel like, and I'm going to use like Love Island UK, for example. I don't think it's the same with the Caleb situation, where he has to pay some of his revenue. A part of that has to go to CBS. And just seeing how Love Island UK contestants are, and granted, you did say there's a difference with the UK versus the US, but I don't think that like him creating this business for himself, he has to make proceeds to that. I think if it was like in the image of what the show represented, yes. But if it's just something that he created outside of the show, I don't think that money would have to go to that. I feel like, for example,
Sorry. No, I sorry to cut you off on that one, but it's definitely every single thing you get from after the show is there. Like, you are owned by CBS for a specific period of time. Like, you are literally owned by CBS. Unless it was your job before you did the show, all that proceeds, if you write a book, CBS has to get money from it. If you appear on a TV show, CBS has to get a piece of it. And there's some networks that, like, I could not appear on any other network besides Bravo and NBC for like 2 years or something like that. I tried out for Amazing
Wow.
Race. Yeah, I tried out for Amazing Race, and they wrote me. The Amazing Race people were like, "Yeah, you're still under contract with NBC. We can't do this, that, and the other." So I had to wait until my contract was ended. So it is very legal in America. It
Wow.
is very, very, very legally binding.
Yeah, I did not know this. I mean, thank you for that insight. Like,
Yep.
wow. And okay, just FYI, if you still are down to do the Amazing Race, I've been wanting to do the show forever, so I just need to get back into shape. Let me know. Let's do it. Let's sign up, okay?
I was so obsessed with that show. Oh my God, so obsessed. But anyway, yes.
Wow. Well, damn, for those of you that are in here, if you're considering doing reality TV, I mean, I always say this with anything in life, read that damn contract. Read it front, back, side to side, up and down. Go get a dummy's guide to contracts or law. Like, make sure you understand what you're signing before you sign it. Because a lot of people are just lazy and will just sign things. And if you are lazy and you didn't read what you're supposed to read, it's your fault if they take advantage of you.
I was 22. I was so happy to get on that show. I was like, sign, yes, I'm on TV. And then after I came off, and it was such a hassle. I was supposed to do BT's Rip the Runway, and they were like, no, that's another network. You can't do this, you can't do that. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah.
Terrible.
Yep.
Goodness. Hey, for those that are in here, clap it up. Okay, clap it up if you're enjoying the show. Follow Sandman. Follow him, share this to whatever platform that you're on so we can get more people in here, okay?
And I heard apparently he told his friends that Justine was clingy. First of all, how can you be clingy when y'all are in a long distance relationship? Like, it don't make no sense. Oh, this man is a pathological liar. That's one thing I'm starting to realize about Caleb. He lies so much that he can't even keep up with his lies. I have a friend like that, and I'm so upset with myself that I didn't even see that he's a liar. Like, it took me a while to actually understand that this man lies. He lies about the littlest things, and it baffles me. Like, oh my God.
Okay. So if you want to handle that one first.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm sorry, you wasted your money on him. Even though you're doing it from a good place and you're trying to support, I feel that I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, it is at this point now, it is what it is. I know we're all trying to get over it and reconcile with it, but right now, the person that's really suffering the most is Justine. Like, I know we invested in these motherfuckers, but I think right now we just need to show her love and support. And his karma, his comeuppance, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and it's happening now.
I want to focus on a different part of what she was talking about with the clingy comment. Again, I like to go back to people's natures. One person will say you're clingy, another person will say you are caring. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, I know the type of women I like, and I'll say it, I don't mind a clingy woman. It tells me that you like me. It tells me you're into me. I don't mind that. If you are aloof, I would say it's aloof, but you might be saying, oh, I just give you space. I'm like, no, don't give me space. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so
be all up on me, okay?
Yeah,
I want all of that.
Exactly. So I mean, if they come off the show and Caleb's nature is like, I need a bit more space in my relationship, and I am noticing that Justine requires a bit more, touch and requirement, reaffirmation, as they say, and I just can't give that, then he is in his right to be like, yeah, you know what, I feel like she's a bit clingy, because again, his nature might be against that type of woman. I would never say that, but if a woman was giving me too much space, I would be like, yeah, she's too standoffish, she's too aloof. But there's some guys who are like, no, I love that, give me that, give me my space, so.
And I think that also speaks to him not being into her as much, because I feel like if you're really into someone, like, I don't care if you're not someone that's generally very touchy-feely or wants to spend a lot of time with people. When you're really into someone, like, you want to be with that person as much as you can. It's just kind of how it is. I mean, if that's wrong, if some, if people disagree with that, I mean, okay. But I think generally people want to be around the person that they enjoy being around or the person that they like. And I wanted to ask a question. So apparently Caleb's friends were going in on Justine
Mm-hmm.
and he just let it slide. And I was just
Yep.
like, what?
Yeah, that part. I think that part is the part that angers me the most. Out of
Right,
everything else, I'm like,
right,
okay, if you don't like her, if you're not really into her, whatever, but you don't have people disrespecting someone like that, especially your friends, for many
right,
reasons.
right.
Your friends are a reflection of you. So
Yep.
why are you having them talk negatively about this person, one who America loves? If you're going to look at it from the
Mm-hmm.
standpoint of your money, why are you that makes no sense. You should have checked your
Right.
friends really early o'clock. But two, just from the standpoint of decency, being a decent person, why would you
Right.
have grown men going after a woman? That is the lowest thing that you could do as a man. Like, if even if you don't like the woman, you just shut up, you ignore her, you move on with your life. You don't have things to say, you don't talk down to
Right.
a woman. That's just low to me. So that is the part that I am most like, look, throw him, his family, and his friends away on that part, you know?
Agreed. Agreed. And I honestly, I know people sent me some receipts, but I didn't even look into that one, especially
I
because I'm
know.
just like, I don't even care what they have to say because you're not about to come talk down on her and try to change it around like, oh, he never liked her because he wasn't attracted or she's ugly and it's kind of her fault
Right.
that he did what he did. We're not going to do that. He's going to get all the smoke
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to take accountability. We're not going to
Yep.
turn this around and make it a Justine's issue. Like it's her fault he behaved the way he behaved.
Mm-hmm. And they were doing it early o'clock too. Like, apparently in Caleb's first live, one of his friends, Jalen or something, I was watching it in some of the tweets that people were putting, and they put a screenshot and he's like clowning Caleb as he's doing the first live that he's doing post show, and basically calling him out from jump. So I guess if you were really minutely watching the comments as it was scrolling up, you would have been able to foresee all of this drama earlier than it coming out now. If you understand what I'm saying. So
Wow.
yeah.
Oh, we were hoodwinked and bamboozled.
Yeah. Same
So,
with
what do
me.
y'all think about the speculation that he hooked up with Justine when he saw her in Dallas, which was 3 days before the other girl came back into town? She plays volleyball overseas. She came back into town for the holidays. Last night, Justine and Sally did a live, and Sally was getting ready to say something about Dallas, and Justine was like, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. So, the speculation is that he was even still playing with Justine's head 3 days before he saw the other girls. He is definitely displaying F-boy behavior. What people on Reddit are saying is that he is known for juggling more than one girl in different states. And I think he tried to do it this time, but on a public platform, and just couldn't do
Can't
it
do that.
because of the Twitter FBI.
Twitter FBI.
Yo,
Yes.
the person you mentioned earlier, I think you said the name was Unfiltered. She needs to get hired by the CIA, FBI,
Yes.
whoever.
Yes.
Because homegirl did her work.
Yes.
But to add on to what she just said, yo, like, and for me, it is, you are playing with people's emotion, and that's why, like, I'm not gonna say it's because you're young, because you're whatever. Like, you know what you're doing, and if it is true that he's a player and a F boy, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me seeing how he's handled this. It wouldn't surprise me, and it's just, and also, I'm not like, he is an athlete. Not to say that all athletes are
Right.
just,
Right.
but
I get it.
that you know.
I get it. I get it. I see where you're going with it. I know some athletes. Um, yeah, the Dallas situation, I was not fully aware of that, to be honest, but I think
Yeah,
it goes in line with what
apparently.
we think.
Yeah, apparently, like, they had receipts, like Venmo receipts of Justine paying for like
Right.
a
Yes. Yes.
hotel or
Yes. Yes.
shoes or
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
And that was what it was dated December 18th,
Mm-hmm.
apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh God.
oh,
Wow,
Caleb.
you all are good. to all the male viewers out there, beware of your women. They're much better than you are. They are much
Oh, for sure.
better than you are.
Yo, and again, that like I think you mentioned this when we were talking off of here, like how the female intuition is a thing. It
Yep.
is. Like
Yep.
that shit, like, and oftentimes we ignore this shit even though we know from beginning, like,
Yep.
something's up.
Yep.
But that
Yep.
shit
Yep.
is
Yep.
real.
Yep. Yep. Wow.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I was a
sorry.
little bit suspicious
Sorry.
of Caleb's mum. And I understand what Sandman was saying about the editing and the video call. You know, you don't get to see everything. And she was probably uncomfortable in that situation. And there's a lot of weight that comes with the publicity. But she didn't even say hi to Justine. She didn't even say, you know, I'm looking forward to meeting you. I can't wait to meet you. She said none of that. And then when she's posting on Instagram and public platforms, promoting them to and encouraging viewers to vote for them, she has never said that she can't wait to meet Justine, that Justine's good for her son, that Justine's, you know, beautiful. She's never said anything complimentary about Justine, and I think that was always a massive red flag for me when it came to Caleb's mother.
Okay, so again for Slimmy V. Oh, sorry, there's a message. I need to figure out this app because people are sending me messages and I don't know.
Yeah, be careful. So I don't know if you've noticed this. Sometimes people are calling instead of leaving messages. Don't press that call button if you see that little, telephone with one or something on it. Because if you do, it'll end the live and you'll be switched off to that person.
Understood. Okay. Again to Slimmy V W. I didn't see your full name. Again, you only saw a minute of a conversation that would have been like 30 minutes, 40 minutes long. All right. Just remember when you watch that show, they started the phone calls in the morning and then the last phone call was at night. That's because they're talking for hours and hours and hours. And we just didn't get to see the full thing. So when you say like she didn't say, hi, nice to meet you, they probably were like, we will cut all of that because we've gotten nice to meet you from Justine's mother. So we don't need another nice to meet you on the show. Yeah, if you understand what I mean. Like that's full on editing, cut to the juicy bits to show you all. Where I will say your point now comes into action is her online presence during the show. Now again, I don't follow these people outside of the show, so I wasn't following her mother commenting and saying I like her for my son, this, that, and the other. I also think it's kind of weird for me if my mother was like, oh yeah, I like this girl that she's never met for my son, for my son, like I feel like we're expecting a bit too much from the storyline there when we want the parents to be like, oh, I'm in love with this person. They don't know. Like I know my mother will reserve judgment until 2 years after the wedding night and be like, well, I never liked her in the first place. So I come from that perspective of parents will hold back their judgment for a while, So I don't
really
know if it's
feel the
necessarily her
person.
personality.
I think that's a great point.
Does anybody know what happened to the Bali competition winner? Like, was it ever announced? Wasn't it announced? Because I've heard two different stories. I've heard that the winner was announced, but she couldn't travel because of this whole COVID situation. And she tried to contact Caleb about it to let him know she couldn't go because, the pandemic, and he never got back to her. And then I've heard that the winner was never announced. So I just want to know, like, was there ever a winner? What happened there? I know that the trip was gifted to Caleb and Justine, and he gave it away. He put it in some kind of competition thing, which in itself is a big red flag. I didn't know this at the time, because if I'd known this at the time, I would have picked up on the fact that, some Caleb's not the man he portrays he is, because who's going to turn down a trip with their significant other that was gifted to them?
Yo, I know nothing about this. Fill me in.
Okay. I do know some of this. I knew some of this. Yes, they were gifted a trip to Bali. Here's the thing about gifts. They most likely could not re-gift that gift. You understand? Because most likely they were given that gift by a company who wanted them now to post pictures in Bali
Right.
and,
Right.
be like, oh yeah, the winners of this, that, and the other. And what happened again, this is all speculation. This is my speculation thoughts from being in reality TV. What I think happened is he thought he could give it away and probably profit from it, whether it was financially or through that kind of like personal profit of Caleb is a nice guy, he gave away a trip.
Right.
And the people probably contacted him and said, absolutely not. We do not want this strange person coming to our hotel, coming to this thing. And they shut it down. And it probably happened right when obviously the winner is chosen or wasn't chosen or whatever it is. And he now has to backtrack from that. So I feel like Caleb was like, I'm famous now, so because I'm famous, I can do whatever the hell I want. And then he found out, no, I'm owned by CBS, and all of these companies that are giving me things are actually giving it to me. They're not giving it to me to give to people. Like they want to own me too. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I thought with the whole Bali situation. As soon as it went down, I was like, how is it that he's giving away something that was given to him? They know they want to profit off of his image too. That's what having a brand is about. Him giving it to a stranger doesn't help them,
True. Well, thank you for that.
Okay.
I have a question. What if Caleb publicly apologizes to Justine? Like, will that be able to save his brand? Flip things around like Olivia Pope with the situation? Like, but yeah, if he publicly apologizes to her, will that change anything? Or has he completely fumbled the bag and he can never cash out anything from Love Island?
I wouldn't say never. I think after time, these things will die down, and
of course
he can build up. He's not going to lose all his following for sure, but because of the way he mishandled this situation, I don't think giving a formal apology is going to change much. I think I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, I think with time, a lot of time, of time, he will be able to salvage his normal life. But again, his brand was perfect boyfriend to Justine. Let him not be confused. It is not his brand was nice guy, Caleb. No, it was perfect boyfriend to Justine. And because of how badly this whole thing went down, friends, family, girlfriend from playing volleyball overseas, all of this has happened and it played out so publicly. We will not forget that. And because the number one person in our hearts for most people is Justine, it will always be related to Justine. It's kind of like Princess Diana and Charles, right? Princess Diana, we hold Diana in our heart to this day. We will not give Prince Charles a chance to this day. It's the same thing. Like, we'll always remember what he did. So again, he's now going to have to reintroduce himself to us in a different brand, because now he can't be nice guy, perfect boyfriend. He has to reintroduce us to a different Caleb. And then we will have to decide whether or not we like that brand of Caleb. But as of right now, all those companies that were attaching themselves to him would have been attaching themselves because they're like, you know what? He's the perfect boyfriend. We're going to, like Zales, we're going to do commercials with him because he is like the dream guy. Let him do propose. Sorry, Zales is a jewelry
I'm
company,
familiar with it.
right? So we'll partner with him because he goes along with our brand. No, he doesn't. So Zales is gonna be like, thank you, but again, he's gonna have to reintroduce himself to us.
Right, totally agree. And because of his ambiguity with regards to his look, he could have benefited from this in so many ways, yo. You completely fumbled, destroyed, blew up this whole bag.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so disappointed for him in that because the possibilities were endless, really. The
Right.
possibilities for him were endless. I always say, like, we do not have that many upstanding young Black men that are being thrust in. Like, there. Don't get me wrong. They're there.
Right.
It's just that the producers are not pushing those types of individuals to the
Right.
forefront, you know? And I'm
Right.
like, you could have done something here. And it just is so crazy that this is what happened.
Right. Agreed. We have over 9+, so let's
Okay.
get through this.
Sorry.
You're
I'd
good.
like your opinions on the burner accounts. Do you guys think it's Caleb? Do you think it's his management, family or friends, people he knows personally? Or do you think, I'm sorry about the noise in the background, I think someone's on a motorbike out there. But do you think it's like genuinely fans of Caleb's, people who support him, people who love him? What do you think about the whole burner account situation on Twitter?
Hey, Simi, for me, I don't know. I hope he doesn't have the time to waste by doing something like that. But seeing that what Sandman was saying, how his friends were going in on her in his live, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they were doing it, but I don't know.
Okay. One of the things that you, again, if you're going to be on a reality show, you have to come to this understanding really quickly. There are going to be thousands of people who are going to use your image and name on all types of social media platforms. I will never forget, I found an entire Facebook page. The guy had a different name, but all of my pictures, and when I say all of my pictures, I'm not talking my modeling pictures. I'm talking about me with my family and friends hanging out at the beach, just regular Facebook pictures that I was posting, had an entire page that he was promoting as himself, right? So when I hear about these burner accounts, having gone through that whole like identity theft thing, I cannot say if it's him or somebody else, because fans are crazy. Fans are crazy. True. And they will do all kinds of stuff to stoke the fire. They're going to do all kinds of stuff to defend someone. And they're going to try and add credibility to their name by trying to convince you that it is them. So whether or not, like, this is a wrench in the system. I cannot say if I think it's him or someone else, because again, I've been through where someone completely takes your identity and is posing as you. And I had to reach out to them and I was like, please take all of this down. These are not pictures of you. Stop telling people that this is you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but that was back in 2008, 2009. We're in 2020, 21. Social media has exploded since then. So you have to really, really look at these accounts and be like, I am not sure that this is you. Like, sorry, that's the truth. That's the reality now.
Great point.
Yeah, just to say this, in a way, I'm glad that this has happened.
Me too.
Because when you actually look at Caleb, he's 24. From what I've read, he really doesn't have a place of residence. I'm not even sure what type of job he does really now. Justine doesn't need a kid. She needs a man, someone who would proudly show her off and proudly talk about her and respect her in public and in private. So whilst I'm disappointed in Caleb, I'm sort of happy that this has happened, and that I just personally hope that she doesn't close her heart to love, because there are guys out there that will show her the love that she deserves, and I hope she gets that in the future. I'm just ready to see my girl just live her best life, and that's basically what it is right now.
Winnie, I agree, and I really hope that she won't be disillusioned. But I mean, obviously, when anyone goes through heartbreak, you are for some time. But I also am glad that this happened early on, because if this was drawn out over a year, like, one, I don't think we would even pay attention to it. The backlash he would have received wouldn't have been as hard, because it's like, oh well, they were together for a year, they just kind of fell out of love, whatever. But because of the earliness of this, it's like, no, this cuts deep. But I'm glad it's over and done with, because she can do better, and she doesn't deserve to like be in that kind of turmoil. So I'm glad as well that it ended earlier than rather than later.
100%. And I made that comment on one of my videos. I was like, this is great, perfect that it happened so fast. They didn't move in together. They didn't do all of that kind of stuff. It was like, what, 3 months after the show ended? Bim, bam, boom. Good.
Right.
She's going to be okay. She's a 27-year-old woman. She's going to be okay. 100%. I do agree, and I know you may not, but I will say his age definitely has something to do with this as well. I remember me at 22 coming off of a reality show. I was like, oh my God, but me coming off of a reality show later on in life, I was like, okay, this is the real shit. Your mindset changes, your mindset towards women changes, like all of these things. And I don't know. I was never a player, but I don't know if a player can change his stripes. But I think as he gets older, he will start wanting more than just, booty in different states. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but I do think a 24-year-old kid coming off of a reality show to all this fame will make various stupid mistakes. But as she said, Justine, and that's the thing, Justine never needed a kid. And that to me is one of the biggest frauds. He went on that show and I was like, he's mature. He is mature for his age. I kept saying that, like the way he communicates, the way he looks at situations is a very mature 24. But then as soon as he came off, that was when my eyebrow went up and I was like, I feel like he's kind of too playful, for the guy that I saw on the show. So I think that was one of the greatest frauds too,
And I agree with you. I do think like when you're younger, obviously but when you're younger, you make mistakes and all that stuff. I agree with that, but I also am not gonna make that as that as an excuse for you to get out of things that you've done, because actions have consequences. And granted, you don't think things through. But I definitely agree. I do think like who you are at like 20, like I'll even use myself as an example. Me at 20 versus me at 30. Those are, I wouldn't say different people, but I'm definitely more calm now versus in my earlier days. I would check somebody with the quickness. I will be in your face like boom, 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 boom.
Okay,
now
well,
I still
now
do
I'm
it.
afraid. Now I'm
No,
afraid to
but
know
now
who you
I
were
still
in your
do it.
20s because I've seen you on some of these lives.
No, but it's like I was definitely more quick with it, but now I'm like more chill, but I still can get you. You get what I'm trying to say? So I
your
think
tact is
often
different.
like I think when you're younger, you're just kind of reactive, whereas like when you do mature, you kind of reflect more. But I still am that person where like I act first before and then I think later. So I'm still working on that.
And we have to add in the spotlight of, again, reality show 15 Seconds of Fame. So that too makes the situation a bit more like, like he's trying to make these decisions, but every single thing is, it's magnified. So, yeah. But anyway.
I agree.
The fact that Caleb came back onto his page to promote that Liquid IV sponsorship that he obtained, I think that's the sponsor that dropped him because he got exposed. But again, not showing any remorse, completely tone deaf on purpose, pops back up on his page to promote some exercise water. Like, this guy.
Well, the man has to make his money. As the previous caller said, she doesn't know if he has a home where he lives. Like, he needs to make his money. So yeah, he's trying to ride whichever horse he can.
In the words of Tommy Pickles from Rugrats, okay? A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do.
This is something that people don't expect to happen to them after they come off of a reality show. They don't expect how invested the fans will get and how they'll find this information and how everything they do will be skewed in both positive and negative lights. Because he's probably thinking, well, you know what? Let me just go and focus on on this other endorsements. And we're like, oh, wait, you moved on so quickly? No, you're supposed to be suffering, man. Like, we want you to suffer. So yeah,
Because this wound is fresh, and we
yes,
are. Yo, I cried for these motherfuckers. Okay, y'all
I
saw
saw
me. I
you.
cried.
I,
Okay,
saw,
I was
I,
invested, and
I
you gonna
sent
do
you
that
some.
to me?
I sent you some napkins to Paris. I was like, oh, she needs this. She needs this one.
Like, yo, I was in here like, oh my god, it's real. Shit.
Dude, and this is that struggle love that you keep talking about. I love that. I love that struggle love term that you kept talking about.
Damn.
It's like I'm
Right.
not trying to get that.
What do you guys think happened in Dallas? Because it seems like when they did the IG live for the toy drive that they were like on good terms, and Caleb said so much good stuff about her, like complimenting her. And even when he was chatting to Connor, he was like, you know, Justine's been encouraging me to keep in touch with people, and it sounded like they were good. So the fact that he was lying this whole time is giving me sociopath. Yeah. So what do you guys think of that and the IG live that they did?
Okay,
I think we addressed the Dallas part a little bit, but I don't know.
But I will also say this to the caller. I think it's easy to put on a front, you know, like be complimentary of someone. Again, like he would have understood that at that time, he would have understood the fans are into the relationship. So, and the fans are into how he talks about her. Because that was one of the biggest things on the show was him doing those speeches. So he knows when he talks complimentary about Justine, his approval ratings go up than when he's just talking about normal stuff, right? So on a live in Dallas, it of course it's going to be like, yeah, Justine is making me that better man that I was talking about being, you know, like she's really doing that for me. And for people listening, it's like, oh my God, it's really happening. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
True.
I believe he could have still been like talking to that girl on the side and still trying to keep the front up because again, that's his bread and butter, you know.
Right.
It could also be that she too was encouraging him to, you know, be that better person. Like these things can be true. All of these things can be true. The things that he's saying can be true. But the other side can be true as well. It could be like, yes, I think Justine is a great girl and she's improving me, but I am in love with this other girl, and those two things can be true, you know?
Right.
So
True. I agree.
We can't just jump and say,
Yeah,
well,
they're
no, it's
not
a lie.
mutually exclusive. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with
exactly.
that. And I am sure if you haven't yet, it will happen where you are. And this is not making an excuse for him. Y'all already know. Okay, I'm putting people to task. I'm putting your feet to the fire. Accountability. Okay, but I'm just gonna say we have all been in a situation where, let's say, somebody likes you more than you like them.
Yep.
And then you like somebody more than they like you, and you're just kind of like trying to figure out what's the best. It's like I should probably go with the one that likes me more because they are gonna be here for me and do everything that you know, be there for me and go to bat for me versus someone who I really, really like and I'm digging, but you know, and at the end of the day, the heart wants what the heart wants. You can't force something to happen if it's not there. It sucks, but that's just how it is. So again, I ain't making excuses for him. But let's also keep it real that we've been in that kind of a situation before. Granted, we weren't narcissistic and we didn't use the people, hopefully, but that is something that's happened.
And we also, I mean, the majority of us most likely weren't doing this under the guise of all like millions of followers and television and all of that kind of stuff. It does change the narrative. I'm telling you, it does change the narrative.
Very true.
I hear you, Sandman, that the proceeds went to CBS, but if that's the case, then why did Shady Chris, Caleb's management, delete that tweet saying that the money went to CBS? Why did he delete that tweet if that's the truth, that the proceeds did go to CBS? Why is that? Apparently he's deleted that tweet. I haven't checked that myself, but I believe somebody posted on Twitter a screenshot that tweet has since been deleted.
Easy question, because CBS told him to take it down. CBS would have most likely said, you do, like, again, there are things that you can and cannot say in your contract. And if you are now saying that you are going to give this money to charity and CBS took the money, so the charity can't get the money because CBS took it, that's like, that doesn't put CBS in a good light, if you understand what I'm saying, right? They took charity's money, you understand? So I am 100 again, and this is alleged. All of what I'm saying here is alleged. I know how contracts work, though, in this vicinity, but I don't know how their contract worked. But I am 100%, well, sorry, 99% sure CBS would have said, you need to take down all kind of correspondence about us. Don't put us in your mouth. Keep us out your mouth and take us off of this and that. Let's just have nothing to say about this money and CBS. Don't say that, you know, because they probably got sued.
Defame our brand.
Yeah, exactly. The legalities in that contract, like they would have sued them for millions of dollars, not thousands of dollars, because he only has a couple thousands. They would sue them for millions. I remember reading that contract and seeing like, yes, we will come after you for like X amount of millions of dollars. And I was like, millions? I don't even have $100 to my name. I'm 22. You understand? Like, so I am pretty sure CBS told him to take it down.
Right. And that makes sense.
Hey guys, this is Kim.
Hello.
Hey guys, I love both of you. Follow both of you on YouTube. Just curious, I noticed that both of them still have pictures on one another's Instagram pages. Do you think that's part of the CBS contract? I find it kind of odd that if you've broken up with someone, especially as public as this is, that you have not deleted the mere existence out of your life completely, including your Instagram pages.
No, I don't think so. And I think there's some people that, like, you know, that this is a part of your life. It happened. Like, I mean, yes, some people are more like cutthroat, where I'm erasing everything. This person doesn't exist anymore, and that's how some people handle it. And others are like, well, it is what it is. And there's a lot. If we go to, like, let's say YouTubers, right? There are a lot of YouTubers who have broken up. They've made those videos that we broke up or whatever. But those videos are still there because those videos are making them money still. They ain't about to delete that just because they ain't together no more. So
I think you answered it perfectly. Perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfectly. And sometimes
regarding the t-shirt and the charity thing, what it was, he made t-shirts that said King Caleb and had the image of him holding the $100,000 chip. That image is what belonged to CBS. The problem is, at the end of the year, he put out a tweet showing all he had did, and he listed that as one of the things that he had did, gave money to breast cancer check. But when asked about it, his manager, Shady Chris, said they did not give the money to breast cancer because CBS on that image of him that was on the shirt, so the money went to CBS. So the problem more is that he lied and took credit for something that he never did. Again, fraudulent.
My bad. Go ahead.
Caleb, please sit down. Caleb, just sit down and, you know, probably go get your master's. Because I don't think you're coming back from this. Like, I don't think you're coming back from this at all. I mean, yeah. I think. Well, I mean, sorry to be so like cavalier about that, but like, I think the caller was right. One, CBS took their money, but he was also, you know, messed up, fraudulent, trying to pose in this light. So again, both of them turned out to be
good
true.
Guy image. True.
Yeah, both.
Hi, I just want to say to Sandman that while we can understand that he had to give back the money to CBS for the shirts because of the rights with the image that was used on some of the shirts, what he did in coming and claiming that he did give the money to breast cancer research was a lie. So I feel like that was an opportunity for him to just come up and be honest and say, okay, honestly, we didn't give the money to CBS. Sorry, we didn't give the money to the charity. But he never did that. He claimed as though the money did legitimately go to breast cancer research. And we know from Shady Chris's tweet that that's actually not the case. So I do sympathize with him in fact that they, you know, jumped in a bit too soon and did not realize what the implications of their actions were going to be. But just own it. I think that's the frustration with everybody. We can understand some things, but it's that unwillingness to own up to it that is a problem. So, yeah. Anyway, loving your discussion and looking forward to hearing more.
Oh,
Agree
Beige,
with you.
my
Is she
Bajan
Bayesian? She
sister.
sounds Bayesian.
She Bajan. She's
Yeah,
my
I knew
neighbor.
it. The way she says some things, I'm like, oh my God, I know that. Hey,
I,
girl. Miss
I was like, my
Boston,
neighbor to
hey.
the north. One, if your manager's name is Shady Chris, I think that's a problem. But yeah, I did not know. I'll to the viewers, I didn't know that he had come on after the fact and said like, oh yeah, I still gave the money to breast cancer research and all of that. I didn't know that. Sorry, I just knew about the shirt and I knew he had to give the money to CBS. That part I knew. I
Right.
didn't know that extra part. See, FBI and NSA.
So y'all mean to tell me that Mr. Cerebral Man did not read the fine print? The man that literally self-proclaimed Mr. Intelligence did not read the fine print? I find that hard to believe. He had to have known, like, he had to give back the proceeds to CBS. Like, come on.
Nope.
Like, I really find that hard to believe.
Nope.
So I'm like 100% blaming him because I
Nope.
felt like he should have known. This man was portraying himself as this intelligent man. Like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. So I'm confused.
TT 101, sorry. I am very sorry, but I will say this. There's no way in hell he read that full contract. I'm telling you all, it is these contracts are thick books and you sign your initials on every page. And it is books. And the fine print is really thin. It is not just one sheet of 10 points. It is not that. And everything ends with like, we will maintain your the rights to your image indefinitely in perpetuity throughout the universe. Meaning, like, if you go to Mars, they still have your image. That is what these contracts are about. They are very big, they're very thick, and there's no way in hell a 24-year-old, as much as intelligent as you are, is reading every one of them. That's why they always say, get your lawyers to read these contracts because they know what they're
look at
looking
Meg the
for.
Stallion.
Yep.
Right.
But I don't know what her situation is. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
She had
Contract issue, didn't read it, and now issues. But yeah, it's true. And I'm always going to maintain this stance. I don't care how old you are. There are resources, free resources on how to understand the law and contracts. If you did not read something because you were overzealous and you were just excited about things, I'm sorry, it's a consequence you're going to have to pay for. You made that decision. So if you didn't do your due diligence, sorry, not sorry.
I agree with you. But someone will always get caught with that. And I always put myself in this. I remembered how excited I was to get on that show. I signed my life away. Because again, the thing was, if I don't sign, they're going to go to the next tall black guy to put him on the show. They don't care that it's me on the show. They just need a body on the show. So as they say, if you're not going to do it for free, they will find someone to do it for free. And there's someone out there willing to do it for free. So what you end up doing when you see these contracts, you're like, well, yeah, I'm signing things away, but maybe I'll be able to make money from this somehow, or it's going to change my life somehow. You do all of these justifications in your head because you know if you don't sign it, somebody else will. On my second time going around, being on a reality show, best believe I had my legal team go up and down that contract. But that first time, there's so many people who are so excited. And yes, it is their fault and it's an expensive mistake they will make in the future. Expensive lesson.
Right. And I agree with you. And let's be for real. Like, there are contracts we have to sign all the time. When you're getting a phone bill or, signing a phone contract, internet, all of these things. Let's be for real, myself included. I didn't read all this shit. I'm like, I know what I got to pay by, what time I got to pay by, so I don't get in trouble or whatever, credit card you sign up for. And you just sign, you're like, okay, cool. Or even let's look at social media sites, Facebook, Twitter. When you post anything on there, it becomes their intellectual property now. Even though it's yours, that's what you're doing. So if you're gonna be mad at Facebook because they used you in some kind of way, well, you went on their thing to say, okay, I agree, I'm gonna use this. It's not yours anymore. It's not your commodity.
How many times have we just scrolled down to the accept button to click it so quickly? You know how many
Right.
things we have signed away for that we have no idea because we just scrolled through and just clicked accept? So I'm sorry, TT 101. Yes, I do believe Mr. Smart Man did not read that contract and
Right.
got in trouble. But he, again, I agree with you all that he was fraudulent in saying he did give the money. 100%. So, hello?
And I dropped my phone.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay. My bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, Justine, I feel sorry for her because
What?
you know, Caleb used to her to win the show after. You know what he said that.
I didn't hear nothing. Did you?
It was too low. It was too low. I was trying to. I heard Justine, and that was it.
Okay, yeah, come back if you're still in the room. Yo, I have to go on mute for a little bit. Can you please, and if just FYI, if you're ever here, if you go on mute for more than 2 minutes, it's gonna kick you off. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute, but can you handle the things? So just press on the one in the middle that has the 9 plugs. Okay.
So just press on that. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. This is my first time with this app, so let's see what.
Caleb is definitely a narcissist, guys, and I don't use that term lightly, but there are traits of narcissism which helps you to be able to easily identify a narcissist, like lack of empathy or no empathy at all. And Caleb has failed to show any empathy for Justine's feelings, what he's put her through. Narcissists also fail to take accountability for the errors of their ways, which is what we've seen with him. He hasn't taken accountability for the accusations against him. Narcissists also have this sense of self-importance, which I can definitely see with Caleb, because he hasn't acknowledged the accusations, and it's almost as if he feels like he doesn't have to, like he's too good to acknowledge them, like he's above that,
right? I agree.
Yeah, I agree
to an extent.
To an extent, I mean, like the narcissism. Here's my thing. Again, I try not to invest myself too much where I have those like strong of an opinions on these people. I just try to look at it as like you come off the show and there is a problem, a crisis happens. How do you handle the crisis management? Some people get up front and they apologize immediately. They tell you the full details immediately, and then it's done. There are some people who keep talking about it over and over and over and over and over again. And then there are those who deny. So, or just don't talk about it and hope that it goes away. Because again, once a new season pops up and there's a new set of Villa guests, we kind of, Caleb and them go to the background. You understand what I'm saying? So whether or not he's a narcissist, I agree with the caller with his traits. Yeah. But I also am like, how would, I look at the thing, is it narcissism, or is this just his attempt of, I'm trying to minimize the damage by not fully addressing it head on? Am I being a coward by not addressing it head on? Or is it that he truly feels he is the victim instead of Justine? Because that too would be a narcissistic thing where he's like, no, I'm the one being wrong here. You understand what I'm saying? So I agree with the caller on the narcissism part. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if I just believe he's horrible at handling crisis, in this sense. But oh, she's on mute again, so let's try this again.
I think Caleb used Justine to win the money, because he said that they were never together, like they broke up 3 months, 4 months ago.
Girl, you're gonna have to turn up your volume.
Oh, okay. I think she said, I think Caleb used Justine to win the money because apparently he said in something a month ago that they were never together. I think that's what I heard.
Never together.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know how some people are like, well, yeah, we were together for 6 weeks, but that wasn't like we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. You understand how people get all in the descriptions of what a relationship is. So it is. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to use that excuse, like she wasn't my girlfriend, we weren't together, we were on the show and we were coupled up. Because at the end of the day, that's the point of the show, to be coupled up,
Even though he said, "I love you." Okay.
Yeah, well, but you remember, yeah. But I also think the "I love you" parts, was staged for the show, but I do think he probably said it casually, outside of the big Grand Canyon thing. But people throw around that word so much now. I'm sorry, I don't
That's
mean to
true.
sound jaded.
It becomes
People are like, "Oh, I
meaningless.
love you, I love you, I love you," but we're not together.
Right.
That seems like a 2020 thing that happens.
Right. No, I will say I think like our modern age, like we definitely use that really loosely. Like, and for me, that's not a word. Like even with my friends, I'm like, "I love you," or sometimes you're joking and you say it. I get that.
Oh,
and I
no,
will
yeah.
still say I do think, even though he probably wasn't trying to fall for someone, he did like Justine to some extent. I do believe that. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
And let's not forget, again, the point of the show is to use someone to get to the money. Like, that is the point of Love Island.
It's a game show.
Yeah. If they were to be like, okay, if you all choose to be together, you get no money, or if you all choose not to be together, you split the money, then that's a whole nother thing. But the point of the show is to get into a couple that just lasts long enough, one, and convinces the public long enough to believe that this is going to happen, two, to win the money. Because let's be real, of all the couples there, even if we knew what we know now, of all the couples there, Justine and Caleb would have still won because they were more of a couple than anybody else. If you understand what I'm saying, their chemistry together was better than everybody else. So even if we knew, our choices were limited. Were you gonna vote for Calvin and Moira? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
regardless, I'm still glad they won, and I would choose for them again to win.
Yeah.
So that is what it is. Yeah. And again, with what choice he's done and how he was and how he treated the situation, he's getting his comeuppance, and he's gonna see it. So for me, I'm like, we can mourn this relationship, but it's happened, it's done with. Let's just support our girl.
Right.
Just like with fucking Sully and Johnny, like I already knew that wasn't gonna last at all. So I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, okay, y'all broken up. Surprise.
I have a question to my UK viewers, because I think this is a thing that they do over there. Is it that if they stay together for a long enough time, that they get an extra set of money? I thought that was a thing. Like if the winners stay together for like more than 6 months, they get an extra set of money. I thought I read that somewhere. I'm not sure if that is a true thing, because the reason why I was asking that is that I don't know if that is a part of the US version too. Like if you stay together long enough.
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
I would say no, and I don't know. I would say no just for the fact that like most of them they break up within like a month or two. Like let's look at Amber and that fucking Greg guy. Like he he was fake anyway. He just came in to win. That's it. So I doubt it.
Sorry, they all came in to win, and
True,
Amber and Greg, he was actually at a disadvantage. Like he came in, he was like the last guy to come in. You're put with the only girl available. Yeah, everybody's trying to win the money too. Is he gonna pretend like he's not interested because he's gonna pretend like he's interested? And
I agree.
Amber, I will say, when I watched that whole season, Amber didn't win because she was with Greg. Amber won because people liked Amber. So it's the same. To me, it's like the same thing here.
I agree.
Caleb won because people like Justine. So I can't with these couples that are like, well, it's about love. It's not about love. It is about literally winning the show.
Right. It's to convince us enough that you guys like each other. So you can win. I agree.
It's or to pair up with the person that the public likes. That's what it is. And I think Johnny thought that with Sally. That's in my earlier video, I said Johnny would have seen that all of the guys were going after Selly. He would have seen
Right.
Selly's personality, and he would have been like, I am attaching myself to the person that is drawing the most attention on this show, and that is Selly, and that is why Selly and I are going to be together.
Right.
That is what I
And-
think, happened.
Right. And with him, he was trying to love bomb on her and all that stuff. But I think both of them had some kind of game plan, even though I do think Selly liked him more than he liked her, probably. But again, theirs was so insincere. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Selly knew. I 100% think Selly knew the deal from jump. Like the whole date, the whole proposal thing, I actually felt bad for Johnny because I was like, this girl obviously is not trying to say I love you to you. Like she really is not feeling you like that. And I knew she was trying to fake it and pretend to be in this moment. I don't think it's a fact that Selly liked him more. I think Selly knew she needed to be in a good relationship because Justine and Caleb were on their ass. And that's why I think she stayed. Yeah, that's why I think she stayed with Johnny for so long because Justine and Caleb were coming up in the popularity and she saw her money slipping away. That's what I think with Selly.
That part I agree with. I do think she was playing a game in some way, but I also do feel like she liked him. But maybe there's a point to what you're saying where she was just kind of like being there because she knew she had a better chance of being with him. But if she was smart, she would have gone with Benny. Because then people would have been like, okay, you have yourself. No, but I think so because it was the same thing with Amber and Greg. If Amber had decided to just continue on with Michael, aka Childish, she wouldn't have won because it would have been like, you're going to let this person disrespect you and then go back with him again.
Well, here's the problem with the Benny thing. And this might not be on her. Just remember, as soon as Benny showed up, receipts of his ex-girlfriend came out. Like it was, no one was going to vote for them based off of that alone. If you understand what I'm saying, right?
Right.
But I also think for Selly's case, Benny was too low energy for Selly. If you understand what I'm saying, like Selly is high octane and Johnny matches her with the high octaneness. Benny, to me, like she, in that one-on-one date that they had, I felt like she completely overpowered that moment. Like he wasn't playing with her. He wasn't playful for her, and I just feel like from a chemistry standpoint, to make it believable, she would have had to work even harder with Benny to make that work than she would have with Johnny to salvage what they had. If you understand what I'm saying, like it's easier to salvage that than to try and create this thing. Because I think if she would have been realistic, she probably would have gotten with Benny. Benny would have been like, you're too much for me. And then a new girl comes in and then Selly's dumped. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you have to look at it like, if you look at the game, he has a higher chance of dumping me than Johnny, who's begging for my forgiveness. So I would rather stay there than
that makes sense. And I also do feel like Selly wanted to be the biggest personality on there because she wanted more fame. Right. And I don't think it was necessarily just like, I'm trying to find love. She wanted fame because she was just being extra all the damn time. And I still like her, even though, when she had that tiff with Justine, I was like, bitch, calm the fuck down. But and I think for her, she was more mad because she was looking stupid rather than like what he actually
someone
did.
That I love hurts me. Exactly. Yes.
So we have a lot of comments. I'm just gonna say agree, and if it's necessary, I'll just add like a sentence.
Got it.
You want me to handle it, or you got
it? I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Narcissists also don't take well at all to being exposed, even when you've got irrefutable proof of their wrongdoings, of the errors of their ways. They will fight to the death to prove that you are wrong, despite the fact that you have proof right there. You're showing it to them. You've got all the evidence. They are not taking accountability for their actions. They do not take well to being exposed. And we have seen this with Caleb. He's been exposed. The proof is there. The evidence is there. And Caleb is, he was putting out statements. He put out a video clip. He's narcissists are more about damage control than owning up to the errors of their ways. And we can see this with Caleb because he hasn't taken responsibility for his errors. He is more about damage control. He is more about protecting his image. So for me, it's quite obvious that Caleb, he most definitely is a narcissist.
Agreed.
Question. I haven't seen the video. Did you see it?
Which the apology, the first. I did not watch it because I knew what was gonna come from it. If you understand what I'm saying, like I knew it was gonna be like, I'm trying to save my image kind of thing. Because as much as it's narcissistic, it is also a knee-jerk reaction that everyone does once they get caught in a cookie jar on a national level on TV. They come out and they try to make this statement, which makes them look in a better light. And I just wasn't here for it because, again, I let these people go after the show, So I was like, do I really care? No, I just care that Justine is free. That's it. Oh, hold on. Next one. Okay.
Girl, fix your audio. We can't hear nothing.
I've come to the realization that Caleb is a homeless hobo. The man goes from city to city. He's on a cross-country tour to see women. That's what he does. He's homeless. He has no place. Like, last time he was saying he lived in LA. Never lived in LA. He just keeps going from city to city and sleeping with different women. I hope he catch some STDs. He's disgusting.
Gigi is big mad. Damn.
Yeah. Sorry, TT. Next comment.
Caleb wouldn't be able to check his friends on their bad behaviours when Caleb himself was talking bad about Justine to his friends. I think this was made clear by a screenshot someone posted. I think it was of an Instagram private conversation where a fan messaged Caleb. Caleb was due to go onto the Bachelor podcast, and a fan messaged Caleb and said, you're going to be asked questions about Justine. And he replied with something like, I can't remember exactly, I'm not quoting his words, but he said something like, I'm fucking sick of being asked that. And then the fan, I can't remember what the fan said back. And then it's like Caleb realised it was a fan he was speaking to, and he thought he was speaking to someone else because he said, oh, tell me why I thought I was speaking to somebody else. So that tells me that Caleb thought he was speaking to one of his friends, maybe, who he on a regular slags off Justine to.
Wow.
And he didn't realise he was actually talking to a fan of theirs. So that was interesting.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, I don't like to comment on things that are like, well, I'm not too sure, I'm not sure what the real stuff behind this was. But yeah, that would be horrible if that was what happened, what transpired.
Right.
Yeah.
So that Bali gift was given by Chidi Ashley Travels. So she is actually a travel agent, and she handles a lot of travel trips for a lot of influencers, a lot of black influencers, because she is Nigerian. That gift was given to Caleb and Justine to go on a trip. However, he decided not to go on the trip and used it as a way to get people to vote for the election. However, he did not vote for the election, so that's another red flag. We only found out when all of this situation happened a few weeks ago. So,
FBI.
That is another part of Caleb's behavior, which is not truthful, which is fraudulent as well. How can you tell people to vote for an election, but then do not vote for the election? That is something that I just don't get.
Really?
Yes.
But I mean,
so
hold on. But for the election, that unless he said he didn't vote, we don't really have proof if he did or did not. That we can only speculate on. But damn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see what I was saying about the companies that give you these trips. They want you to go and take the pictures and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that company probably was like, no, we're not taking some random person, right?
Which makes sense.
Yeah. But with the election things, I saw that too, and I wondered how people found out that he did or did not vote. But I need to also draw the attention to your viewers here that a lot of celebrities will tell
Mm-hmm.
you to do things because that's the it thing to tell you to do, and
Right.
they will not be doing it themselves. That is why we need to bring down how we pedestalize celebrities, both reality as well as A-list and all of that. They are
Right.
there to sell you things. They are there to give you propaganda in various shapes and forms. So that, again, when I say after I watch the show and I let them go because they become a part of that propaganda tool where they're telling you, drink this water, buy this bag, da, 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 da.
Right.
That is the culture now. So do I believe he didn't vote but was telling you to vote? Yeah. Do I believe he was telling you that because of the whole Black Lives Matter movement and it goes along
Right.
with that? Yeah. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Yeah.
I'm not
It
surprised.
fits
I'm
his
not
image and the
surprised.
narrative that he's trying to portray. So it makes
Exactly.
sense. And because most
Exactly.
celebrities were also doing that, it makes sense
Exactly.
that he want to be part of that bandwagon.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make it right, but I'm just saying, like, he is no different from all others.
Right.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys I don't even know what the fuck's going on right now.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
I agree that it's going to be hard for him to come back from this, because I think about Alana and Yemen from last season. People are still on Yemen's head. He can't comment on a picture without people just dragging him. And Alana did not have near the following Justine had. So and the way that he and his family handled this, they really, like you said, fumbled the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yep. Agreed. Next.
Can we now say that after this whole situation that we're actually backtracking from where we started, of all Black women to be loved and all that stuff? Are we backtracking, or is
This is
there a way
painful.
that we're moving forward? I don't understand. It's kind of like heart-wrenching to me, like somebody would actually do that. I don't know. The whole colorism thing is just vexing this whole situation even further. I don't understand.
Go on.
No, I'm just gonna say I see what you're saying, but I don't think we're backtracking. I think it's unfortunate because it's like they're under a microscope, and we know how reality TV is towards dark-skinned Black women. So when something like this happens, when we thought this was something real, it is heart-wrenching. I definitely understand that, but that's not to say that, like, we still don't deserve we don't deserve that love or deserve being on a show like this to prove that, like, we're not the underdogs each time. You know what I mean? So I don't even know how to answer that.
I'm gonna add a different color to that question because I don't know if she was alluding to us and as us talking about this conversation right now, or if she was actually talking about some of Caleb's tweets back in 2015, where he was talking about, like, I'm only gonna be with a mixed girl or something like that. Because I know a lot of people saw that tweet back in the day and from that account and was like, oh, he never was into dark skinned women and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's what she was talking about. I am just gonna say this. I feel like this show is more, when I say the word mainstream, I'm talking about it is more like white, Asians, Hispanic people, everybody, Black people watch it, versus like a Black reality show where we know we come out and support. So for us seeing that Black love on television was amazing and incredible to see, which is another reason why after the series ends, you should turn off your TVs. I mean, you should turn off your Instagram and stop looking at it, because the dream usually crashes after that. But I feel as though we should simply just use it for the inspiration of what could possibly be for us when we find love, and see that example as an example. Don't look at don't look at the reality for what it is, but look at it for, what as an example, because we don't see that example too often. Okay.
Right.
That's
Agreed.
it. All right.
I just want to say that I feel really sorry for Justine, but I think that she will come out on top of things. She seems like a very strong person. The question that I have is Caleb often referred to himself as a yes man. And to me, that's not a good thing. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are in regards to him referring to himself as a yes man. And if this played any part in what he did during the show and post show.
Oh,
I'm not aware that I didn't know he referred to himself as a yes man.
It's what's really funny about this? I did not hear him say that in because again I wasn't following his stuff after, but I can see it 100%. I can see it because I had said in a video that Caleb by himself was not good TV. Like he wasn't someone you tuned in for. You tuned in to
He
see
didn't
him
have
with Justine.
personality.
Yeah, but also Johnny was a lightning rod. Johnny had some moments that was entertaining, good, bad, and the other. But Caleb with Johnny was also entertaining, meaning like, yes, Caleb needs someone there. And I hate saying it like this, but to validate his entertainment quality. You understand? So I do understand where that person would say, where he would say, I'm
like
a
a
yes
parasite
man.
in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's a yes man to the sense of like, yeah, well, somebody else is going to come up with the idea or somebody else is going to do something. And I'm just going to attach myself to it to be a part of this movement, if you understand what I'm saying. Because I do not remember any time on the show where I'm like, well, Caleb was driving this scene. It was always him responding to something Johnny was doing or responding to something Carrington was doing. You understand? Like that was what it was,
Right. Agreed. For those that are in here, thank you for your support. Please go follow Sandman. Follow him. If you're enjoying this, make sure to share this, smash the little clapping button thingy. And if you have any further questions, keep them coming.
No. All right, let's go.
No, I know what you mean. Definitely someone can like you more than you like them. However, you then have a responsibility to not deceive them and egg them on. Because he was doing a lot on the show that really he didn't need to do, and they could have won without him doing that. He didn't need to say I love you. He didn't need to say open up to me, you can trust me. There's a lot that he didn't need to do, and I believe that even without the extra shit, they still would have won. So if you do have a feeling, and I think he did, that Justine liked him more than he liked her, he could have done a better job of managing her expectations, because he was definitely selling her dreams by the end of it.
Cat D, completely agree.
Okay, so I get it. He didn't need to say I love you, but the producers told him to say I love you. Okay, you remember I saying the difference between the UK version and the American version? The American version, producers will set those scenes, will set it and tell you exactly what they want you to say. Literally, there are times they will give you the lines on what they want you to say. Okay. And I remember there were times where I'd be like, I wouldn't say that. That's not how I would say it. And they would be like, well, put it in your words. You understand? Like they do that. So yeah, he didn't need to do that, but he probably said it because he was told to say it. Justine probably knew he was told to say it too, because again, she's a part of the process too. So that part I have to kind of put a pin on that. The next part that you said, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. There was something really important that she said on that.
Being deceitful, her something about her expectations. Is that what it was?
No. She said he didn't need to do that. Oh my God, and it was a great point. It was an excellent point that she had risen. Oh God,
well,
sorry,
Kat
I'm getting
D,
old.
if you're still in here, can you please add on to what you said? And if it pops up while we're listening to other comments, you can definitely address it again.
Okay.
So in regards to the breast cancer charity, from my understanding, from what I read on Twitter and other sites, there were two shirts, the I Love Chocolate shirt and then the shirt that had the image of Caleb on finale night. So the image of Caleb on finale night is the one that CBS revoked. And from my understanding, that is the one that they took off, but they continued to sell the I Love Chocolate. So the question still becomes did any money from the I Love Chocolate shirt go to the breast cancer research donations, or did CBS take it all, or did his management and Caleb pocket the money? So I guess that's where a lot of people have these questions, because there's so many different stories, and to me they should be addressing.
Right.
Okay. I actually think CBS would have taken all the money. Even though they probably took the one with the image down. The reason why I think they would have taken all the money is because he said that line on the show. You remember he said the I Love Chocolate line on the show. So again, they own his image, they own his voice, they own everything. So I find it hard to believe that they would have just taken the one shirt. You understand? Like, meaning taking proceeds from the one shirt and not taking it from both of them. If you understand. Like, but again, that's me speculating on how I understand the law, the legal element to be. But again, now we're hearing all these different things on Twitter, and yes, there are going to be different versions. But from me, coming from a reality standpoint, I find it shocking that they wouldn't just take half of the money and leave the other t-shirt, even though the reason why that the saying on that t-shirt is selling money is because he said it on our platform in our show, and we own his rights, you know. So I think all the money would have been gone.
And for me, not having this background in reality TV, I would say that definitely the image that came from CBS, they're gonna get their money for that one. And I would say the other t-shirt, I think him and his management banked that.
I like that. Call them out. Call them out.
So just to go back to the picture stuff, Amber from Love Island UK, with Greg, she still has pictures of him. It's all down to engagement and all of that kind of stuff. And with regards to the charity stuff, I think people are angry at the fact that no one told him to do anything for charity. He's the one who's taken up that poll to say, I'm a charitable guy, I'm a charitable guy. So if you're doing anything for charity, you have to be transparent. And he wasn't transparent. He basically went on to say, oh, the merch sold out, when it was actually confirmed by Shady Chris that it wasn't sold out. It was basically CBS who told them to remove the items. So it's a case of he is fraudulent, he is not transparent, he is not who he says he is, and he should just chill. I guess that's my viewpoint.
Yeah, Winnie 21. I mean, yep. The thing about Caleb, and you remember, well, the thing about Caleb is that, again, he came off the show guns a-blazing. And he didn't take the time to sit down and really see what his options were and what he was able to do, legally, not legally. He came off, and the first live he did was, I'm going to do charity work and I want to be a mentor for young people, and contact me if you want to do partnership. Like, he came off, that was the first thing. And that's the problem with reality shows that air right after it's filmed. You know, some reality shows, they film it and then it takes like 4 or 5 months to edit it and then it airs, right? So in that 4 or 5 months, you have enough time to get your team together, to get your, you know, to understand what you can or cannot do. And then once the show airs and your 15 seconds starts, then you are well prepared to start doing what you need to do. But with a show like Love Island and Big Brother, where it's filmed immediately and aired the next day, when you come off of the show, you're already famous. So you feel like you need to put out these grandiose statements of, I'm a charitable person, when really and truly you can't be a charitable person, because any money you own goes to the network. You understand what I'm saying? Is that him being naive and all of that? No, I think there are some fraudulent traits here, you know, of him trying to push this narrative of, I'm a nice, good guy. Yes. But at the same time, like, I just feel like he thought, well, I'm going to, you know, strike while the iron is hot. and put out these statements, and he just had no clue what he could have actually done.
Right. I'm sure you're familiar with this. This was from a season finale episode of Housewives of Atlanta, and this was the season where they found out Phaedra and what's her face, liar, Portia made this huge lie about Candy, and Candy said the thing, the lies, the lies, the lies. That's how I feel right now.
Yep. And you're right. You're right. You are right. That's why you all need to leave these people alone after they entertain you.
What Caleb should have done in his management people, since they have degrees, they went to college, they had all this, they had education. What kind of education do you have where you have done PR, public relations, and you are incapable of dealing with situations like this? Like Justin's family, like I've said before, like they shut their mouth. Karma did its thing. You don't get involved in such things. It's just stupidity at its best and its most. And lack of experience is banter. Like, it's gonna hurt your image. Like, he's a youngie. They're all rookies. Anyway, mistakes are mistakes. We learn from them.
Right.
But the problem is that he can't even own up to his, and stand up to his family and friends.
Right.
For damaging his image even worse.
Right. Agreed.
Well, I agree with that, but I mean, again, if your PR management team's name is Shady Chris, like, I am confused as to how well trained he was in management and PR, because usually sometimes people choose managers to be like a family friend or a cousin who they trust, because once you get off these shows, everybody's coming for you to, make money off of you. And it's hard to find people you actually trust. So I'm very sure Shady Chris is not like a full-on accredited manager, So, but anyway, agreed. Okay.
Not to beat the whole charity thing like a dead horse, but Shady Chris kept saying the profits. So do you think they still may have given the portion to charity and the actual profits had to go back to CBS? Note the word profits.
I don't know.
Yeah, I personally really feel all the money went to CBS. I think he probably used the word profits to mean money, which is, they probably used it interchangeably. I don't think they may have made it, has made it a definitive word like you are making it in that statement. I think they just said basically the money went to CBS, profits went to CBS. But again, all of this is speculation, but I personally think he meant money.
Right.
So this is my thing. I was one of those people who actually never felt like I've watched way too much reality TV shows. I've never felt like, any of these relationships could be forever. I actually wasn't even sure if Caleb was Justine's equal. What makes me so upset is that he, after the fact, played a role to make it so convincing that he was in love with this girl. So if he did that to the public, imagine the stuff that he was doing to Justine behind the scenes. And so the way he did it, if he had just dumped her in October or November, I think he could have salvaged this. I think he could have, not to excuse him, but I think it would have been fine. But the fact that he's so not...
I don't think she's done.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, none of these people went on this show to find relationships. Like, we need to get that part out of our head. No one, including Justine, went on this show to find love. Justine was a super fan of the show, and I believe she most likely went to get the fame light if you understand what I'm saying, like she
Right,
go on the
right,
show because she likes the show, she follows those people, she probably follows the UK version. I want to be like that too. It's understandable. I'm not calling her out. I'm saying it's an understandable gesture. We all want to go on shows to be famous.
right,
None of them really think they're going to find their husband from this experience. Okay.
right.
So I think we need to dash that part to the side. So once you get on the show and you know the parameters of the show is to be in a relationship, then yeah, you tell the person, I'm gonna give you the moon. I'm gonna give you the moon. I'm in love. I'm all of that. Because again, the premise of the show is to be in a couple to convince you. So that is one thing. I agree with you. Once he comes off the show and he continues to talk to her and tell her all of these sweet nothings and all of that,
right.
I agree that is horrible and crazy. But you have to now understand, he now is aware that his brand is, again, perfect boyfriend. So as perfect boyfriend, even though he is not, in order for him to maintain his money, he needs to continue the lie. You understand?
Right.
So he's telling her everything, and she is like, oh, well, I don't know. Again, I'm not too sure how Justine was responding throughout this entire thing because she is smart. She made her one statement and she shut up. She said nothing after. She let him dig his own grave. That is
Right.
PR, ladies and gentlemen. PR 101. Let the other person dig their own grave. We
Right.
know all of this stuff about Caleb, but we don't really know what was really going through Justine's head at the time. So again, like I feel like we're in this speculation thing, but I feel like we need to see the truth. The truth is none of them went on the show to find love. All of them went on to get followers. All of them wanted to get money
To make
after.
money. True.
Exactly. He came off and he just hit the ground running too fast. And and this is what's happening with him. So
Right.
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Next.
Question about contracts. So again, like with going on a reality show, will these producers, people let you like take it home, take the contract home, use like a week to read it, not skim through it, but like actually take your time to read it? Or do you have to like make the decision and sign within 24 hours?
Madam, within 5 minutes, you're supposed to sign your first contract. Within 5 minutes, meaning
What?
like I went to the open call.
What?
They handed us a 22-page form. You were signing things. You were like, I agree to be on this show because they're filming the open call too. I agree to be filmed. NBC can use your image. Within the first 5 minutes, you have to decide whether or not you are signing this 22-page contract. Yes, that's one. That's the first contract you have to sign.
Wow.
Between you applying to be on the show and you actually getting on this show, there are like 10 or 12 cuts. Some cuts you're there in person for, some cuts you're aware of, some cuts you have no idea you were this close to not being on the show. Like I was getting called like, yeah, we just had a cut and you made it to the next level. And I was like, wait, what? There was a thing. And then once you get to like closer to the final decision, there's another contract that comes out. And this one is even more in depth. So, but that one, they will like email to you and you have time to like peruse and have your legal team look and that kind of stuff. But when you originally go to that open call to sign up to be on the show, you will be signing forms saying that, yes, we can do this, that, and the other to your image and all of that kind of stuff, right?
Wow.
So that's the contract stuff.
So the second portion, that makes sense legally speaking. And I guess the first one, that's shocking that you have to do it right away like
because
that.
What they're kind of saying is like, don't waste our time if you're not going to be here for this show. You understand?
Right.
Like,
right.
If you're not going to be okay with us using your image and manipulating your image and all of that, do not waste our time. We have 2,000 people here that we need to see. And if you're not going to play ball with us, get out, you know?
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Imagine moving to LA thinking somebody hey, Caleb deserves a beating or this girl full on moved to LA, Los Angeles to live there. Thinking this whole dude had a whole apartment, a life, a job there. But he had
I love these sound
Kama
effects.
is a city.
I love these sound effects. I don't think she moved only for him.
Right. It's
Everyone
a
who does
business.
reality TV moves to LA
Right.
because you want to be a star. You
Right.
want to be a star, so you move to LA. So I am
And you're
sorry, I
closest
was.
to opportunity as well.
Yeah,
So I think
yeah,
it would have been a great move for all of them. I mean, look at Johnny,
yeah.
Selly, even
Yep.
Caleb himself. It makes sense that they moved there, but it's just, yeah, he fucked up. And his
Yeah,
comeuppance, they're coming. They're probably
yeah,
here.
yeah. They here because he'll move here and still not have anything. Next.
Okay, I just joined, so I'm like not too sure where we at, but I listened to the contract thing. So how normally on like a reality TV show, how long do you have till you have to sign a contract, like in order to get your lawyer or whatever to review it? Like how long is that process, or is it different for different shows? Thank you.
I think
I
a few
think
of them are going to be coming. It's going to be the same thing. We've already
yeah,
answered it. And if you're still in the
yeah,
room, you just got the answer.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm from the UK, and there is actually no rules. You can break up a week after you've been together.
Okay. Okay.
After you've come off the show, it doesn't
Mm.
really matter. In the UK, we've had contestants who've won the show, and then 2 weeks later they break up.
Okay.
So all these theories about Caleb is not the same in the UK. In the UK, we watch the show for entertainment purposes. We
Mm.
know that the relationship may work or may not work.
Mhm.
We just watch it as entertainment. However, watching it from the UK, what Caleb did was he said things on the show that no other guy has ever said on the show.
Mm.
He made statements about she's gonna make me better man. I see my future in the UK.
Right.
That has never happened before. I have been
Right.
watching Love Island since it was actually a celebrity show before it became just a average person show. It used to be a
Oh, for real?
celebrity show
Yeah.
before it became.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Okay.
Oh.
You know what? I think we have to look at what Caleb and Justine represented to all of us. You know, again, we have to go back to that whole, like, this was a representation of a Black relationship that was not dysfunctional. If you understand, like
Right.
they were
Right.
putting a very well functioning relationship, and that's why I feel like it transcended so many borders, and why this breakup and why what is happening now is hurting so many people. Because as Winnie just said, what he was saying, what he was doing was different, you know, again, but it touched us as Black people because it
Right.
showed Black excellence, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
So I still think, yeah, it was what he was doing was different and all of that, but again, UK version is raw versus this, and this was, to me, very stylized. Like Caleb's
Right.
speeches were so well crafted, if you understand what I mean. That again, it was different and it touched us differently. But I still will go. I will still say this: the UK version was different, and how you all watch it is different than how we watch American reality TV here. Okay. I still see the difference. It's still raw to me versus this. And I actually think Caleb's speeches prove that point of it being like a made for TV moment, more so in the US versus how it is in the UK.
I will say, to add on to that, if you watch the winter Love Island that happened last year, there was something to something similar that happened with Shawnee's and Luke, where when it seemed like a lot of the speeches that they were getting specifically was just force fed, and it seemed kind of a little bit out of nowhere, not on Shawnee's end, but mostly from Luke's end, where it's like, I mean, you really just came in here. Granted, they're still together, but it's like you just came in here. You're saying all these things. I mean, because their wedding proposal
Yeah, their
their love
relationship.
proposal on
Yeah.
that particular season, yo, I was bawling my eyes out, crying because it was so intense. But you could definitely see that this had help from production. It didn't just come to
Right.
be because he did this. So,
Right.
I get what you're saying, where it is more raw, but it's also produced there too. But I do understand where you're coming from. Okay, agree, disagree.
So, from the UK, there is actually no contract or no rule that you have to be with someone for 6 months or a year. You can break
Okay.
up after a week. You can break up after a year. Break up after a year. It's basically down to you. From the UK perspective, we watch the show from a entertainment standpoint. We
Oh,
don't watch
is
it
this
as,
a
oh, this
replay?
couple are gonna definitely last. If they do last, that's fantastic. If they don't last, that's all well and be it. We watch it based on a personality viewpoint. The issue here is that Caleb made statements on the show that no other person has ever made on the show.
This is a
Even from the
replay,
UK
right?
perspective, we were watching and we were like, wow, this guy really
Yeah.
loves this girl. This is something we've never seen before. But I think that's what people are angry with. He said things and he never lived up to what he said. I've been watching the show. It was actually a celebrity show before it became an average person show. So yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't.
Got it.
Sometimes I think there's bugs in this app where it might redo it twice, or maybe I don't know, but that definitely happened earlier.
Got it. Okay.
All right. So about Love Island USA, I've always I don't know what's going on. I'm just here to say hello to musingknomad and her host, Ayers and Hurst. How are you? Anyway, musingknomad, what's going on? What is Love Island? What is USA? Oh my God, what is this?
Evil is my guy. He's funny.
Okay.
He's like
Hilarious.
he's on here, but yeah, it's a reality show that we love.
I just found it last week, so hold on.
Okay, I agree with Sandman's assessment on his YouTube channel last week that within that bubble of Love Island that Caleb really did fall for Jay. I'm not trying to take up for him, but I do think that in that bubble he really fell for her. Because I think back to that off-camera clip that leaked of them walking back into the Cromwell where he was kissing her. Why would he need to do that off camera if he didn't really have feelings for her?
Right.
Also, I don't think he's that good of an actor. I really don't.
Yes,
I think
agreed.
there was a definite shift in how he reacted towards her towards the end, how he interacted with her towards the end of the show that last week. And when they first got out. I think it got messy when the other girl started to question his intentions with Justine, because I would think, I know I would have been like, wait a minute now. That video that came out of them hugging and kissing when they saw each other again in the airport, I would have been like, what's going on here? I thought you said that was fake. So I do think he had real feelings for Justine. I think he tried to keep both, but I think the feelings were probably more for the original girlfriend.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we touched on that earlier.
Yeah. Sorry, there was one thing I wanted to add to that was, again, when I did my assessment of the show, I said that Justine and Caleb were relegated to being secondary characters in the beginning of the show. So a lot of their conversations were less produced, because producers tend to focus on the leads more when they do these scenes. But once it became very clear that Justine and Caleb were the it couple, and the producers turned their focus, their attention on them, I agree 100% that the way they interacted felt a bit stiffer coming down to the end. And that was because, to me, the producers put more emphasis on, hey, Justine, Caleb, we want to film a scene of you all talking together. And here's the topic. Talk about this. You understand?
Got you.
Yeah. So move on to the next one.
Also, great conversation, you guys. I love watching both of your YouTube channels. I really hope that you split this up and put it on, because it's kind of long, and put it on both of you put apart on both of your YouTube channels. But great conversation, guys.
Yeah, definitely, it's gonna happen.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, you just have to download it. I'll walk you through it.
Thank you. All right, next.
No, your voting record is public record in the U.S. You can actually look up if someone voted or not because someone did it
Oh
during the
wow.
show. He didn't vote in 2016 either, and they looked it up. And he didn't vote in this election as well. So, yeah.
What?
Wow, news to me. I did not know this. Wow, I really didn't know this.
Look, I love
Wow.
the fact that we have full-on FBI agents up in this place. I love this. This is hilarious. Hilarious.
Wow.
Next.
News to
Hey
me.
guys, with regards to the election and his voting, I believe the state he lives in, well, the city OKC, their voting records are public. Doesn't tell you who you voted for, but it tells you the last time you vote. So the fans
Okay.
actually were able to find this out, and it showed that he had not voted in this past presidential
Mm.
election, but did the whole Bali trip giveaway to encourage people to vote. And they actually had a screenshot of his voting record that he did not vote in the election. That's where that information kind of comes from.
Thank you, KJ.
Okay. On a side note, if we have people who are able to do this type of research and find this type of information, we should not be poor. I'm sorry. We have too much ingenuity out here for people to be doing all of this. These people need to be wealthy. They need to have 5 businesses because I cannot believe you all went and got this man's voting record. Like, who thought to do that? Like, who thought, let me go see if he voted? I would never think about that. That's
Well,
crazy.
hey, we want facts, proof.
Apparently, but the ingenuity here, this is crazy. Now I'm concerned about me. I'm like, what?
Well, yeah, never. Don't
Yep,
lie.
I'm definitely one of those people that still not here for Yemen. Still not here for Yemen at all.
Agreed. I am with you, Jess.
Who is Yemen? I don't know.
He was the black guy from the first season of Love Island USA, and he's just dirty.
Got it.
Just an asshole. But anyways.
They obviously are casting types here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And it seems to always be the same ones.
Do you guys think that Caleb deserved to have his liquid IV endorsement taken away from him? Because I watched a video for Morali where he was speaking about he didn't really agree with fans contacting the sponsorship, letting them know about what Caleb's done and about the fraud and the dishonesty and so forth. He didn't agree with that. He thought it was a bit much, that fans were doing too much. So do you guys agree that he deserved to have that endorsement taken away, or do you disagree?
For me personally, it's his comeuppance, and the reason he got that endorsement was because of the fans. So, I mean, I understand, you know, you don't want to take food out of somebody's mouth or whatever, but you caused this, and this is the consequence. Sorry, not sorry.
Okay, I look at it from the standpoint of the business. You own a business. Your business has an image. You want to tie your image to an influencer who reflects your image. If the influencer you have tied to, who you have a contract with, no longer reflects the image that you are trying to capitalize on and you are sharing profits with them, you are within your full rights as a company owner to dissolve that contract and say, no, you no longer are in step with what our message is. So I definitely 100% believe that company is definitely in their rights to turn this off. And just remember, the company is trying to sell to the fans. So if the fans are saying, hey, we don't like this guy anymore, and we're not going to buy your water because of this guy, then yeah, the fans too are within their right to make their dissatisfaction known to that company. Okay, like that's how I look at it. Business, dollars and cents. Okay, we can't get our emotions in like, oh yeah, he has a family to feed or he his lifestyle. I'm sorry, no, I have a lifestyle as a company owner too, and I see that the tide has changed. I can no longer associate with this character. Bim bam boom, story done.
Agreed.
Yeah. Next.
I don't know if you guys saw the vlog where Caleb went to visit Justine's family, and whilst they were on the way there, they were in the car. Caleb was asking Justine, like, you know, can you just fill me in and let me know, are there anything I need to be aware of?
Okay.
She might not.
Mm-hmm. Let's
She might not be
see.
done. Yeah.
What did you guys think of the vlog where Caleb went to meet Justine's family and they were in the car on the way to Justine's home, and Caleb was just asking her, like, is there anything I need to be aware of? I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to look anybody wrong in the eye or anything like that. So is there anything I need to know? And she's like, oh, don't worry. You met my sister and that was easy. She was an easy one to please. And he was like, no. Like, she was really standoffish with me and it was a weird meeting. And looking back now, it's kind of made me realise that Adele, Justine's sister, must have kind of like picked up on red flags with Caleb, because I was kind of surprised to find out that he didn't really think the meeting with her went well. He said it was kind of weird and she was standoffish with him. So what do you guys think about that?
I think that's a hindsight is 2020 kind of thing. Meaning like us picking up on that part as a point. Again, I meeting as a man, meeting people's families is a very stressful environment. I don't know how it is for women. I'm sure it probably is the same, but I know like meeting someone's sister, their father, their thing, it can be nerve-wracking, especially meeting them on a reality show. That's another thing. No, I don't know if Adele had the information that we have now, about him, but it could just be that even she was like, okay, I'm meeting him for the first time, but I too am uncomfortable because I'm on TV. There are many factors in that whole meeting. So I can't jump on board fully with the Adele saw him for what he was before everybody else did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback on what you piggyback on that. I don't know for sure. We don't know, but I mean, I think most people, we can read people's vibes. But I would say she's just probably happy for her sister that she found love, because for on Justine's part, it was real. And again, like I said, I do think he liked her, just not as much as she liked him. So, and maybe he was just nervous because, like, as we said, he is a narcissist and he wants to make sure that he looks good. So if he sensed that he didn't look good in the eyes of Justine's sister, he's worried about his image.
Okay, is that narcissism though? Or is that like a regular? I feel like that's a regular.
Well, in a way, I
am
think
just very
everybody would
narcissistic
be
myself.
kind of like worried, and you might harp on it if you sense something was off. But if we are saying that based on some things that he's done, that he is narcissistic, that could be a result of that.
Oh God, you all are really making me evaluate myself. Like seriously, I'm like,
no, but we are all narcissistic to some point. You get what I'm trying to say? We all have egos, we all have prides for sure, but some people are more so on the extreme than others. But if we've assessed and said, according to what he's done, his actions and so forth, we find him to be narcissistic. If that is the case, it would make sense why he doesn't want his image tarnished in any light and wants to be prepared when he meets her family on how to comport himself.
I just personally just don't think that is exclusive to the narcissist. I just feel like that's I feel like everyone wants to give family members the best impression. And I also think everyone feels that their first meeting with people's family members wasn't the best because of the nerves, it's rare that people are like, well, I had a great first meeting with my, in-laws. Like, so I know it happens, but you get so nervous sometimes that you just are uncomfortable. And the way you remember the situation is not as flowery as maybe it was, because maybe even Adele would be like, no, I thought it went well. And he was just so nervous in the moment. That's why I'm just like, I don't know if I want to fully label it as a narcissistic moment, even though, yes, we agree there's narcissistic tendencies. Okay, next one. Okay.
What do you guys think about can't stop laughing. I'm thinking about Johnny's Instagram live he did, where he told everyone he's going to be spilling the tea and had everyone staying up. I wasn't one of those people who stayed up because Johnny is full of BS, so I didn't have time for it, but I know a lot of people stayed up and he literally spilt the tea. I find it quite funny, to be honest. childish and immature, but funny at the same time. So I just wanted to know what you guys thought of that Instagram live Johnny did, where he literally spilt his tea.
Oh, you mean literally spilled his own tea? Oh, I thought you were talking about he really did spill some tea. I didn't watch it. I don't follow that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about him. So I don't know, but
I don't follow Johnny either. I didn't know
Yeah.
he did that, but that's funny though, because I'm sure a lot of people did tune in for that. Okay.
And honestly,
this is the first time I'm using stereo, guys. I literally signed up just for you guys to join this conversation, and I must say I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying the whole setup that we can we can get involved in the conversation by sending in these little voice clips. I love the setup, and I'm really enjoying this conversation with you guys, so thank you.
Thank you so much for joining, Simi. And this is why, honestly, I wanted us to have it on here, just because of this. Because like doing a live elsewhere is more difficult because it's just them typing in. Whereas here we can have like a live one-to-one conversation from our end, and also hearing your guys' perspectives as well.
Yeah, I never knew this existed. Thank you very much for bringing me on board.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, I've only been on here for like a little over a month now, and I'm really enjoying it. I've met some great people on here, and it's quite dope, honestly.
All right, ready for the next one?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm a bit confused, guys, with how this whole merchandise thing works with Justine and Caleb. Are they like in some kind of joint partnership with Shady Chris with the whole merchandise stuff? So if I was to buy one of Justine's, one of her shirts or a hoodie or something, would Caleb be profiting off that? Because from what I understand up until this point, that would be the case. Hence why I have actually held off from purchasing anything from Justine's merchandise line, because I want to make sure my money is going to Justine and not to Caleb. So I want to make sure that once she goes independent, hopefully she is able to have her own merchandise line, then I will definitely be making a purchase from it.
Okay, let me attack this one. Ladies and gentlemen, do not buy anything from either of them right now. Do not buy anything from either of them right now, because again, all of that money will be going to CBS. One, I think now that everything is formulating in my head, I think Justine read the contract, if I can be very honest, because Justine is not being very vocal right now on this whole topic. And the reason why that is because what you say about the show can get you into some very hot water. If you speak very negatively about the show, you can they can sue you. They usually don't go after you. They usually don't go after you because you're a small fry compared to them. You understand? And if you want his mouth off, it'll ruffle a couple of feathers for 2 seconds, but it doesn't have a long-term impact on their bottom line, right? But when you win a show, when you win the show, you usually feel a little bit more indebted to the show. So you won't say and you won't speak up, necessarily negatively about the show, the experience, or about everyone else. No, the case with Caleb coming forward with all of these things is that we have found receipts on Caleb. We have done our homework. I mean, well, not me, but definitely a PFBI out there has done their homework on Caleb. And all of this stuff is coming out. So now he's like talking about everybody, his family's talking about X, Y, and Z. And what he's doing, he's actually putting himself in legal jeopardy right now with speaking so much about the show, right? Justine is smart. She's not saying anything because, again, the legal ramifications are evident by how they signed away their rights on this show to get on the show. One. So all of this merchandising that she is now, like, as soon as that whole thing happened where CBS took the money from the I Love Chocolate shirt and blah, 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 Justine probably was like, oh, wait, hold up. She's probably trying to figure out a way now how to get out of her contract with Shady Chris. If you understand what I'm saying. Like, that's what she's probably doing right now with her legal team, trying to figure out how to get away from that. So until she makes an announcement about her new merchandise line or whatever, do not buy anything, because most likely if she has a contract with Shady Chris now on the side, because they didn't read the contract originally and thought they could get into these business deals and whatever, she's probably trying to figure out how to get out of those now. And that's going to take some time.
I'm going to side with Sandman here.
Yay. Next.
I don't know if you could say this, but I think that Justine's merch was through the same company, which I think Shady Chris has something to do with. I know a lot of people have been asking to still purchase her merch. How does this affect her money? And how does she get out? Is there a contract? How does she get out of it? Like, how does this affect her? Because she was making pretty good money off of her merch. I'm just wondering how this all really affects her and how would she handle this?
I think we covered that.
Yeah, you addressed it. But great question.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all spoke about this, but I just always had confusion behind what Caleb thought his brand was, and like I didn't understand his brand. Like I don't know what was his brand in this whole thing. Like even before the breakup, like I was so confused. Like, can anyone like explain what was his brand? What was his direction? Thank you.
I think you've touched on it several times. I would say nice guys finish first.
I want to say that I think she's from Trinidad and Tobago.
Hey, girl.
Yeah, his brand was Perfect Boyfriend. That's
right.
it. Meaning it in relation to Justine. So that's it. Next.
I don't know if you guys saw a YouTube video with this girl where she was basically explaining that she bought an I Love Chocolate t-shirt literally a day before the news broke about Justine and Caleb, and she was saying that at the time when she bought it, she thought it was so weird that the shirt was literally in the air being shipped before she even pressed that checkout button. Before she even got a chance to press the checkout button, that shirt was already in the air being sent out to her. And obviously, like, it makes so much sense why they were so quick to want to get rid of his merchandise, because obviously they knew everything that was going on. So I just thought it was really funny, like the way she was explaining it, how they were so quick to ship the shirt. And she was also saying like she doesn't know what the hell to do with the shirt. Like, has anyone got any ideas what she should do with it?
Use it as a shooting target.
Well, that's a good ass t-shirt right there. Okay, you'll put that shirt on and wear it with pride like you were gonna do it before. Right.
That's my point. Like, nobody came on for relationships. Everybody came on to either become stars or influencers or to make money.
Right.
So I actually was very prepared for Caleb and Justine to break up in October and November. And so for the simple fact that he kept coming on their YouTube shows, on podcasts and interviews, him, not Justine, saying that he was in love with this girl. It hurts him how much that we don't believe him brand. Is where the narcissism comes in. And it really, as Sandhurst says, really screwed up his brand. And then you add to that all the stuff his friends and family was doing and saying. It really is on him, and he's trying to blame Justine, which is the part that's pissing me off. Justine put out literally 2 statements. He is the one.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know we've driven this home, but I'm going to just say it one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, his only brand was being a fake boyfriend to Justine. So yeah, he's going to try to run it for years, because if they had broken up, say they had broken up in October, then we would not care about Caleb. We wouldn't. You understand? So he wouldn't be able to make money. So he had to keep this going. Okay? So anyway.
Regarding the conversation y'all were just having about contracts and getting cuts, going to an open call, the weird thing about this season, and I don't know if it was the same for last season, is that they said that everyone was recruited for this show. Everyone except for Justine and Laurel. They're the only ones that applied. Everyone else was recruited. So I wonder how that would play when you're not actually going to an open call. They basically looked at IG and recruited people except for Justine and Laurel. They applied.
Yes. You know what? It's so funny that she just said that, because I didn't even know that. I knew that being in reality TV, I knew they had switched from open calls to recruitment, but I didn't even know that this show had done. I just said that because I was like, I feel as though this is a case like that. It's still the same with the contracts, because recruitment doesn't mean that you know the deal. It means that there's a casting directors network that they know different types of people. And I will say, hey, Kadija, I need a guy who is rough around the edges and can, but is a player, but has a soft side. And she would be like, okay, I know a guy, I'm going to send him over. And then once he gets to me, I hand him the first contract, he boom, 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 boom. And then there's still cuts. They still invite probably 500 people in this recruitment process. So the contracts are still the same. It's just that instead of open call willy-nilly, it's very targeted. I am looking for a specific type. But the contracts are still, we own your image. And these people are still excited to be on the show. You understand? If you understand what I mean.
Right. I do.
Okay.
And for those that are still in here, thank you for joining. Make sure to Sandman, what is your name? I don't even know your first name.
Sandhurst.
For real?
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
that is my first. Yep.
Sandhurst. Hey. I knew, well, obviously you have that on your Insta, but I didn't even know that was your first name. Sandhurst. Hey.
Yes.
Make sure y'all go follow him, okay? Smash you can't like on here, but the little clap it up thingy, clap it up on here. Share this to other outlets to get more people in, okay? And thank you guys so much for interacting the way you have.
Ditto. Thank you. Okay, next.
Yemen is that cloud chasing long neck giraffe.
Oh my God.
Giraffe.
TT 101, you need a show.
TT don't play.
TT needs a show. Oh, hilarious. All right. Next one.
What do you guys think about Justin's best friend liking the thread about, people exposing Caleb? Yeah, apparently she liked the thread on Twitter. So what do you guys think about that? Because, if homegirl's liking that, what does that say? What does that tell us?
It makes sense to me. You're supporting your homegirl. Your homegirl probably Justine, because of the image that she has to protect right now, and I respect her for what she's doing. She's not going to play dirty with regards to this situation. So if her people can play dirty for her and it's not even dirty, you're just liking it because they're exposing his fraudulent ass. By all means, if I was her sister or something, I'd probably be the one speaking up for her. Like how Sally's been trying to speak up for her, and she's just kind of nah, girl. Let me put on my Beyonce hat on. I'm not gonna talk about this because it's not necessary. I'm just gonna keep on moving.
Yeah, it would literally be the worst thing for her if Sally and her sister were talking. You really have to check your friends in these moments. It's not. They have to realize there are millions of dollars here at stake. Literally millions of dollars here at stake that you don't want people to get, to just slip up, say something, and then all of a sudden your image is tarnished, So the best thing she could do is get all of her people to really not interact with this. I'm surprised that the best friend even liked that whole thing, but the best friend probably didn't even think she would be scrutinized as much as she would be, and that's the reality we live in now. Back in the day, it used to be maybe you and your mother would have been scrutinized, but now in reality TV, they could be like, well, your 6th grade teacher liked this comment, and so I would actually tell the best friend to not do anything if I were Justine. Yeah. Next.
Everyone wants to give the best first impression, Sandman. That's no problem at all. You know, everyone wants to put their best foot forward, but the difference between a narcissist is that they want to come across as sweet, kind, selfless, an upstanding member of the, you know, community, because they want to use that image, that portrayal, in order, with the intent of manipulating you. Whereas with someone who's got a healthy, functioning mind, they want you to think they're great just for the sake of it, if that makes sense. Like, they just want to put their best foot forward. They don't have any ill intent, any malicious intent behind it. They don't want to manipulate you with this false image, you know. So that's the difference. With a narcissist, the image is false. Whereas with a healthy, functioning, minded person, the image is not false. It's just
I agree to an extent, and I say that to say that we all have we're all narcissistic, prideful, have ego to some extent. So altruism is great, but I think by nature we are all selfish, and that is because of we have to survive. So if we are doing things, I think a lot of us do things out of just good intent and by good, you know, with goodwill, but we also want to be recognized at the same time. It's like, yeah, I did it, but yeah, you know, give me my props kind of thing. So I think most people are like that, but I also do agree to say that obviously Caleb has a facade that he's trying to portray, and he wants everything to align with that. And if it doesn't align with that, that jeopardizes his image.
Yep. Agreed.
I got a bit tongue-tied at the end of that voice recording. What I meant to say is that with a healthy, functioning, minded person, they just want to put their foot forward. You know, their best foot forward. They don't have any ill intent, any malicious intent. They don't want to manipulate you or anything like that. Whereas a narcissist's intent is different.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Can I just say I'm so happy that I joined Stereo. This is my first time joining, and I'm pretty happy. You guys are amazing. I love both of you. I follow both of you on YouTube, and I can't get enough. Keep it coming. Y'all are amazing.
Thank you, TT.
TT, we can't get enough of you too.
Right? She coming for the throat. She don't. Caleb, it's on sight.
Light skin.
So I have two questions. One, do you think that we'll ever be able to watch the show the same after this? Because now it feels like it's just fake. Like, if you look back, I don't really watch the UK versions, but on season 1 and season 2 of US, there's only one couple left standing, Connor and Mackenzie, and come on, we know that's not going to work out. So I don't know if I can watch the show the same next season, because it really just all feels fake at this point. And my second question is, what do you think about the girlfriend? Like, what do you think it says about her that she was willing to watch her man make out with another girl on TV, and after the show was over, might I add, and then become America's sweetheart couple with another girl, all while she stayed in the background? That, I don't know. Like, I really don't think most girls could do that.
Yeah, they can. Yes, they can.
And I think you mentioned it earlier about, you know, like if you had a plan and you're trying to secure that bag, it's like, babe, go do you, boo-hoo or boo-boo. I will also agree with SJ. I think that was your name. That I'll speak for myself, right? Ain't no way in hell. I don't give a fuck. You ain't doing that. No,
and I believe
right?
that.
And other people are different, so that I can understand. But with regards to the situation and the show in itself, like, you're gonna watch it again. Like with the UK one, the ups and downs, the emotional roller coasters you go through with that show, especially the UK one, like, you're hooked. You're gonna keep watching it. So I mean, they have a formula that they've perfected, not so much with the US Love Island, honestly, because it's kind of boring compared, you know, when I compare it to the UK one. With the UK one, they have a formula, and each season it's good, it's engaging. Something is going to go down, drama's happening, and you're going to come back.
Let me be, I started my entire YouTube Love Island analysis videos by saying, I do not watch love reality shows. I don't watch them because I find them very fake. That's how it is. And because being on reality TV, I also look at reality TV differently, right?
Right.
But I too have to admit, I got so hooked on the UK version after I watched the US version, because a lot of people kept telling me, watch the UK. I watched all 6 seasons in probably the span of 2 weeks.
Damn, for
Like,
real?
I was so hooked on that shit, even though it was the same, as you said, they have their formula, but it
Right.
was just so raw. It was so like, and the first one I watched was Amber season. As soon as I heard them dropping the F-bombs and I'm trying to get I'm trying to have the sex, and the way they were just talking so loose, I was like,
Right.
this would never fly in the US version. And I
Right.
just got so hooked on it. But again, was I watching to see if they find relationships? No, I was watching because it was entertaining.
Right,
And that is
exactly.
why that's how they cast the shows now. They're not casting for these people to find love. They're
Right.
casting to entertain the public. So when I watch it now, I'm like, yeah, I'm watching Love Island USA season 2, not to see Justine fall in love, even though that was beautiful, but it was entertaining from
Right.
the standpoint of, they weren't trying to be the Bachelorette, and they weren't trying to be the Bachelor of this idealized, like, oh my God, my prince is here. No, it's
Right.
like, I'm gonna kiss you today, I'm gonna kiss you tomorrow, I'm gonna be with you
Right.
today, I'm gonna be with you tomorrow, and we tune in for that fun, So if you can bring down your expectations of the show to, hey, these people are just having fun, and there's some little drama injected in it, I'll watch it, and then once the season finale is done, I turn off my TV and I move on.
Right.
You understand? That's
I agree.
how you should watch it.
Right. See it like a soap opera. Like you keep coming back because all that ridiculous drama, unnecessariness. So in some ways, it's like a soap opera that you have in the summertime with the UK one for 2 months, and you're invested.
Yeah, it
honestly,
was crazy.
The US one needs to up their game, because I'm not gonna lie, there's some parts, like we said earlier, if it wasn't for Justine and Selly, and also Johnny, like this season would have been so dry. Because what else was happening? Okay, maybe Mackenzie and Connor as well. I'll give it to them.
Right.
But apart from that, nobody else brought anything really.
Man, I don't mean to keep comparing it to Amber's and their season, but I just felt like the casting for Amber's season, they got such a diverse array of personalities.
Right.
If you understand what I'm saying, of personalities. Right. Some of the girls may have one blonde, like 2 blondes, whatever, but they had such a diverse array of personalities. And I think also the accents add to the trip of it, because it's the UK, but you have the Scottish, you have the Irish, you have the British, you have the Essex, and you had all of these like different things coming together, where I feel as though they tried to do diversity, but they didn't do a diversity of thought on the US version. And that's what happens when you cast in LA, and
it's like cookie cutter
adjacent. Yeah, exactly. Right. You tend to get the same types.
Right. We need to do a breakdown of the Amber's season of Love Island, because that shit, you don't know how I wish I had done reviews for that, because I was so into this. Like, I was watching every review channel because I'm like, I can't get enough. This was so good.
I watched that thing, and I like every minute. Who's the short guy?
The Scottish one.
Yes, or I was like, I have never seen a character like him on TV before. I was like, he is such good TV. He was so unique, hyper confident, but still soft at the same time. Right. I wanted to do a full-on review of that show, and then I was like, Sanders, please calm down.
Do it. Honestly, I would watch. Do it.
Yeah. There were so many intricacies to that season when Anna confronted that guy.
Yes, that Jordan.
Was so explosive to me. Yeah, I was like, this show is the tops and the bottoms. This was great TV. It was great TV. So I definitely wanted to do that, but I had to brain myself back in. I was like, no, Sanders, like, don't go down this tunnel. Like, don't be a Love Island review person, even though I feel that is exactly what is about to happen.
You get hooked. You can't help it. You get hooked to the shit. And I heard that also the Australian one was good, but I didn't watch that one. Apparently they're going to have a Love Island Nigeria. Shit.
Yep.
That one, that's gonna be some crazy.
Well, I wonder about that. Like when I say I feel like there may be the sexual tone of that show might be a bit lower just because
Yeah,
I know
because
Nigeria
the
has some like
cultural,
religious
agree.
exactly. So it may not give you that, but
But
from
the
a
drama,
diaspora, yes, from the diaspora
right?
perspective, it will be hella entertaining to
Girl,
watch that
the
show.
drama, shade. Girl,
Yeah. Yeah. We're getting. Let's continue with the
So in the
question.
UK, a lot of contestants have actually spoken negatively about the show,
Right.
and nothing has ever happened to them. I don't believe Justine's merch or profits from the merch are going to CBS. I think because hers is just a phrase saying it's the self-love for me, which is a phrase that everyone uses everywhere. So that has no IP infringement with CBS. And hers is just self-love. The graphics on it has no relation to Love Island USA. So I do not think there is any correlation between her profits from there going on to on CBS. But yeah, from what I know of Love Island, even Love Island Australia, people do come off the show and talk negatively. And that's the
Right.
reason why we do have now psychologists who are really on the contestants after they've actually left the show because of the negativity that people had when they came off.
Right. And I have to
Okay.
agree with her on that one. And that's something Murad Morale definitely touched on, like how with the UK one, it's surprising that they don't have what is that clause? The
Gag orders.
you know the clause where you can't talk about what's happened on the
Right.
show?
Yeah, the gag orders. The gag
Yes,
orders.
he was always
Yes.
saying like how there's no gag orders and why isn't there a time
Yes.
limit for this? Because as soon as they come off the UK ones, they go in and they say what they have to say, which I respect and actually like that. But I think kind of what you were saying earlier, how there's a stark difference between the UK version and the US
Yes.
version because they have to
Yes.
they just do it differently. So that makes sense. But definitely with the UK one, like they say things because they're like, we were not treated fairly. For example, if you watch the season, how they treated Mike this past season, and he came out and spoke up, I was like,
Yep.
we could see it was unfair because the UK one, granted the show is good, but the response from the audience, they're super racist and they're always going to go harder for the brown and black people on that one.
Yes, to that point, I'll come back to that. But the part that I want to say is also the legal systems are two different systems. So yes, in the UK, you can come off and be like, I hated the show. The producers manipulated this. The producers egged us to do this. Da 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 da. In the UK, you can.
Right.
In the US, there is definitely a clause. Like I could not speak about the show of what was not shown. That's a clause in the contract. It says you cannot speak about what was not shown, aired on TV. What was shown on TV, you can say. So if they rearranged a conversation, like you had a conversation where you said, I like the sky. No, I like that tree, that green tree over there, but you know, the red one is better. And they cut it to say, I like red one, then I have to talk about it like I like the red tree. I can't speak and say, well, I really said I like the green tree. But you understand there's a clause that says you can only speak about what is shown. So I'm sure in the UK, because their legal system is different, that clause probably is not there, if you understand what I'm saying. My mother is an attorney. It's so weird. My mother is an attorney, but she can't practice law in the United States, right? She can practice law in Trinidad and Tobago because the legal systems are different laws for different things. So yeah,
makes sense.
Next,
what do you guys think about the fact that Caleb was going to bring out a YouTube video on relationships? Literally, like just the day before Justine put up the breakup statement. What do you think he would have talked about in that YouTube video? Do you think? I just really want to know, what was he gonna say? What was he really gonna say? And what impact do you think that would have had if like all of this still came out after that video? Do you think he would have touched on like their troubles
do you think he would have said? How difficult it was? What do you think that video would have entailed?
I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Cat D, okay, let's say none of this had happened and he brought out that relationship podcast or whatever. People would have tuned in, like they would have tuned in droves to listen to this podcast. And the reality is he would talk about every cliche that everyone usually talks about in relationship advices. Let's be real. There's nothing new under the sun about relationships. He would simply just go on and be like, man, you need to listen to your women. And you'd be like, oh my God, yes, he said listen to the women. You understand? Because we would have been wrapped up in a cult of personality in his brand. Again, I keep saying it, I'll say it again, brand being perfect boyfriend. So we would listen and believe. Then what would have happened is, if all of this information dropped after he had done like his first 2, YouTube videos on this, he most likely would have scrapped the YouTube channel. He would basically do what he's doing now, which is kind of like sidestep it and then just try and like disappear into the background without really saying something. I just feel like he would have had no credibility to stand on because, again, his brand is the relationship guy, and now his credibility is dashed. So his YouTube channel would just be a lightning rod for people to comment and be like, you're a fraud, you're horrible, this, that, and the other. So that's what I think would have happened. But he would have spoken about cliches and we would have bought it up. That's what would have happened.
For those that are following him on his other platforms, has he turned off his comments?
That's a
I would
great
assume,
question.
but yeah, let us know.
Okay.
I say to the US viewers, just watch it as entertainment. That's what we do in the UK. We watch it and we make fun of the contestants. We laugh at the stupidity of some of the contestants about what they say, and we just kiki about it. And then the next season comes on, the same thing. I will say that this was the first season. Me personally, I'm a veteran of Love Island, and I was bamboozled by Caleb. Even my husband was like, Winnie, you're not usually this sort of person. But I would say Justin is fine. She's gonna try. And I think we should now push our energy and move that energy to her and forget about him. He's a non-factor. He's just a dry-ass, light-skinned guy. He has no personality. Unlike the other guys from the UK, like Michael, Jordan, who actually do have personality, he's really dry as fuck. So we should just move on from that.
Okay, I agree with everything, but let's leave the light skin, dark skin, whatever situation alone. I mean, it's unnecessary. But I feel you on what you're saying.
I also have to remind people again of the magnitude of what we saw, which is why in this country, with the racial implications in this country, I always tell people the Black experience in America is different from the Black experience in the Caribbean, which is different from the Black experience in Europe. As much as we are all one Black people and we do all have racism, the racism and how it manifested itself is different in each location. And for what they saw here in America with this couple meant so much. That's, if you understand, like that is why it is hard for people to really just let this go and not follow it. Like as the caller just said, in the UK, we just follow them and we make fun of them and blah, blah, blah. We don't get to see that kind of relationship, not even in fictional stories. Not even in fictional TV. So that is why this was so overwhelming to the senses here in America. You understand? So I don't want, I mean, like, I'm not saying that she's trivializing it and just saying like, yeah, just make fun of it. Like, no, this was a moment, and it came at a time with the movement of the Black Lives Matter and all of that kind of stuff where we needed to see this type of relationship, which is why it's even more disappointing to us that he did what he did. You understand what I'm saying? So,
and I completely agree with you. And to add on further, we know within the Black community, colorism is it's a stain. It's an issue within our community, right? But by us like slinging that thing of like, his light skin as this or whatever, like you're feeding into that. And in many ways, you're feeding into white supremacy by doing that.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna take a little diversion here because, ladies and gentlemen, that line, that whole light skin that so many of you have thrown out on this live right now.
Mm.
I remember some people were mad because Caleb said he only dates mixed girls, right? A lot of people were mad that he made that statement. And I have a lot of mixed race friends, and what they say is they don't get it easy from either side.
Right.
Meaning they have
Right.
black people calling them light skinned
Especially
as
the
a
men.
derogatory. Yes,
It's
you
the
know?
men more so than even the women, because the women get more so of a pass, in my experience.
Exactly. I mean, but even they will tell you no, if you understand what I'm saying. Like what they're going through something that even their black brothers and sisters don't understand.
Right.
And it makes it hard for them now to open up to us, even though we are their own, if you understand what
Right.
I'm saying. So they
Yeah, because
kind of
they're both, and they're trying to navigate this world and being both black, both
exactly
white, when the world is only going to
exactly
see you in a certain way. So
exactly. And then also say things like you have it easier because you are X, Y, and Z, when really and
right,
truly they probably are like, no, we have it harder because you don't even, you're not even with us. You understand what I'm
right,
saying? So
right,
again, I agree fully with you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we need to manage our tongues when we throw out these things like light skinned and use it as that word. Because I will never forget on the show, Justine called him light skinned, and I saw him tense when they were talking about him looking like John Legend, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you kind of look like him. It's the light skin thing," and he was like, no." Like I saw it, and I was like, I can tell this
mm,
is probably something that has reared itself in his past, where
mm,
that word is not used in the glowing terms as
right,
some people think
right,
it is. You know,
right,
so we need to be mindful.
right.
Okay, all right, next.
Fucking virgins.
Okay. Don't know what that was about.
Okay, hi Sandman. Yes, I'm Trini.
Yeah.
I think in the UK there might be a clause like that because Amber just like recently she went on live and they were asking about like down days in Ireland and
Mhm.
she was unsure if she could speak about it, but a lot of people had before, so she was fine with it. But I think there might be just in terms of like length of the clauses because
Yes.
there's been a
Yes.
lot of people who've just like come out and really said
Mm-hmm.
like everything after like a few years. But then
Mm-hmm.
again, you could see there was Molly May who came like her exit interviews on different like platforms.
Mm-hmm.
She just came at like the producers and just
Yeah.
like said bullshit. But is it because of how much money they make after?
Okay. Yes, there is a length of time, meaning like you're under these contracts for a specific length of time. You can't say anything about the show for 5 years. You can't say anything about the show for 6 months. You can't accept work from another network for 8 months. Yes, there are lengths of time. But what you usually find with these things is that people who win the people who win are usually more by the contract than people who lost. Why? Because the money that I got is from these people. If my pay is predicated on these individuals who I got the show from, meaning Amber winning, she most likely is going to be very conscious about what she says because her money is tied directly. Everybody else who was on the show didn't win any money. So if they come
Mm,
out and they start cursing and all of that kind of stuff, yes, they can be sued, but they don't have something that is physical that can be taken away right now. If you
right,
understand what I'm saying, Amber,
right,
yes, she does. So she's gonna be like, she's now the face of the show. If you understand
right,
and that's why I don't think Justine is gonna be telling us in full details. It's usually the people who didn't win and are kind of bitter that come out guns a blazing, and the
right,
show kind of lets them go because again, small fry. But if you
right,
won the show and you are now biting the hand that feeds you, they will most likely come after you more so than the people who lose. Okay,
right.
but
And that
yes,
makes
there are
sense.
time limits on that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think we can
Mhm.
even see that with regards to like Sally's situation with Johnny
Mhm.
versus Justine and Caleb.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, next.
Yes, that coward turned off his comment because he knows we were ready to get in that ass. We were on site ready. He turned them off. He limited it to people that he followed. So literally only his family and that long neck Yemen can comment. He did turn it off, but we were waiting for him. He can't turn it off forever. Eventually he's gonna have to turn him on and he's still gonna get it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
TT's posted up. Run, Caleb, run, TT on your ass.
Oh, you can't hide forever.
I'm curious to know, Santos, what your opinion is on when he was on the show, because I know that you said that they genuinely had a connection, but a lot of people brought up his old tweets about him having a preference for mixed race women. So I just want to tie that in. And then there was also a conversation about mixed race men who have Caucasian moms and their non-preference towards black women. So that was something that I wish that y'all will touch on a little bit more, especially as it came to Caleb in the show.
Okay,
First,
that's my next Trinidad queen right there.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask where her accent was from because I couldn't place that.
What? That's my home country, Trinidad and Tobago.
You just said Trinidad, but I thought you said you're from Tobago.
Yeah, I'm okay. So Trinidad and Tobago, 2 islands, 1 country.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Okay. So his comments about the mixed race, I looked at it. I saw the tweet, and it was from 2015. So that would put him at around 19 years old. So he could have grown out of that. Okay, if I can be honest, he could have grown out of that whole like I need a mixed race woman, or his horizons probably were open, wider. Okay, so I will not hold him to that unless he said that comment yesterday, and then I'm like, okay, I also believe that yes, you can say you want something, and you could tell the world you want something, and subconsciously want something else,
right?
Right. So I think he could be open to dark-skinned women. I personally feel that is true. As for him having a white mother, ladies and gentlemen, usually your mother is your example of a woman, and it is, I don't know how to put this, but I'm just saying, like, your mother is an example of a woman. So meaning like you are I would understand if he's mixed race and he's going after a woman who looks similar to his mother, or especially if he has a really close relationship with his mother, like he may feel comfortable around his white side. And again, if his father allegedly is this sex offender, blah, 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 he may not have that, like he may have a close relationship with his father, but he may look at his father in a light that is not as preferable or as good as he looks at his mother, if you understand what I mean on that. So I think it could be a fact of that, but we cannot throw out society too. We cannot throw out the fact that the standards of beauty in the Western world are very white centric. So we can't throw out that part and the implications of that as well. So I mean, I don't know what to say. He likes white, he likes, but like that part is not really that important. If it's not.
Right. And to add on to what you said with regard to like preference, we all have like a preference, right? And sometimes it does stem from a complex that you have. And I say that especially with regards to like black men and how and let me
I know.
I say that in reference to black men with their preferences for quote unquote exotic looking women, quote unquote light skin, quote unquote whatever, because there is a complex that they have about color and colorism and we have to come back and realize that plays into white supremacy. So if you're to have a lighter skinned person on your hand, that's showing a sign that you have excelled in some kind of way, right? So in many ways, for me, when I see certain preferences, I'm like, you're just exemplifying white supremacy in many ways. Call it what you want, but that's what it is. However, in saying that, right, because you have a preference doesn't mean you're not going to find something or somebody else attractive. I like my men tall. That's what it is. Like, I don't do short. I don't do it. However, that doesn't mean I haven't seen a shorter guy. I'm like, oh, he's fine, right? It doesn't, like, you can have a preference, but it's not set in stone. Set in stone. You're gonna find people that you're attracted to.
I 100% agree with that statement. I have dated interracially, but I have never dated a white woman. And I'm gonna be very transparent and honest and open on this show. I must admit, I do feel uncomfortable. I do feel uncomfortable walking through, I can't believe I'm opening up about this on this podcast, but I do feel uncomfortable because I just feel like there's so much energy around that, like, black man, white woman thing, that it sends that message. It does send that message. I remember being on my second reality show, and they were like, and I told them I had never dated a white woman, and they were all like, oh my God, I find that so shocking. Usually educated black men date white women. And I was so flawed that could come out of their mouth, because there was a mostly white cast, that it could come out of their mouth so easily, and it does play into that. If you have a white woman on your arm, you are more acceptable. You understand, you've done better for yourself and that kind of stuff. But I do also believe sometimes, because in the black community and how we treat our black men and the expectations that we have of our black men, right? I do feel there is a pressure on our black men to be manly, to be tough, to be hard. And I do think we do put that pressure on them. And certain communities are more open to softer males than our community. Now, we could discuss that in depth, but I do believe sometimes what some of these black men who date white women, they will say they are more understanding or open to some of the other elements that make them who they are, that they think they don't get in the black community. But I just feel like there's so much pressure on the black community as a whole, because of what we've been through, to consistently be certain things in society. Like, there are certain expectations from both black men and black women that it's hard. It really is hard,
And I'm gonna add to what you said. I don't think it's necessarily like black women or the black community putting on to black men what it is to what they should be in retrospect of what it is to be a man. I think that is patriarchy. I think that is also white supremacy. And I think because of the narrow lens that we see manhood in, of being aggressive, of fighting for power and status, of fighting to be this like sex god or whatever, because of these narrow lenses that we view men as, and also not being fully human beings in a sense of not being able to actualize and live up to what being a human is, experiencing all of your emotions, like being authentic to yourself by all, within all venues, because of these narrow ideas that we have of what manhood is. And this is, we can see that in many different societies, not just within the black community, right? We expect men to be a certain way, just like we expect women to be a certain way. We expect women to be docile, expect women to be soft and all these other things, when we're not allowing people to be their true authentic selves. I will say within patriarchy, women luckily can show vulnerability. Men cannot. And I think within patriarchy and white supremacy, you're robbed of your full humanity. And furthermore, black men are viewed as beasts, as well as black women are viewed as maybe we won't say beast, but man, like Jezebels, all of these things, right? And I think when if you want to date outside of your race, I don't really care. Like, love is love, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. But if, for example, black men are fetishizing other groups of people, and then other groups of people are fetishizing black women, and you feed into that, again, I'm going to say you're feeding into that matriarchal, that's white supremacist dynamic. And it's not necessarily the pressure that Black women or the Black community is
Well,
putting on
no.
you. It's like you need to take ownership.
No. I'm not saying that the pressure is coming
You
from the
are
Black
behaving and how
community.
you are manifesting certain
Yeah.
things in your life.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that the pressure is coming from the Black community. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying the pressure is coming from a societal view of the Black man. And that encompasses, meaning, like, as you said, it's a patriarchy, it is the white supremacy, but it has permeated the community as a whole too. It has, because again, you can't go through 400 years of US slavery and not have the mental shackles still to this day, if you understand what I'm saying. So what we experience as Black women, as Black men, what we experience, our society has come to embrace as well. Because I'm sorry to go on another tangent here, like the use of the N-word. I am always like, why are we using this word? Why don't tell me that it's now a term of endearment and all of that. No, it is a word to keep us thinking we are less than and beast and all of these equations. But there's some people who will never give it up, and they don't realize that that part is a part of the remnants of the shackles of all of that you have just said. So I feel as though, like, as you were saying, how women are viewed to be, docile and that kind of stuff. That's true, but they don't look at Black women like that. They look at them and they're
that's
like,
why I said we're manly.
yeah, you understand? So I think there's so many complexes. There's so many things to this dating. However, at the end of the day, core, sometimes you meet that person and they don't have your skin color, and you do identify with their nature, and you're like, what the hell? I can't believe this. I always thought I was going to marry a Black woman, because my mother, my aunts, I was raised by strong Black women, and that was my thing forever and ever and ever. And then then I met some people, and I was like, oh, okay, well, you're Asian or you're Hispanic, and you share some of the same qualities that I do, that sense of family, that sense of this, that sense of that, that I could identify, and it's just encapsulated in a different skin color, if you understand what I'm saying. So when I got older, I learned.
Looking at the human being, you're looking at the core, not just of these outside factors. And granted, it is easier to date like somebody that from your background, from your culture, because there are certain things that you don't want to have to explain to someone. I'm not going to explain that I wrap my head at night, okay? Because if it's a Black guy or a mixed Black guy, whatever, you already know that's a thing. But regardless of all of those silly things, like, if the core of the person that you're with, it matches something within you, that's all that's necessary. All those other little things, you're gonna learn and you're gonna grow and move on from those. They're not necessary. It just makes things easier.
Yep. This is this is one of those relationship talks that Caleb was gonna have on his YouTube channel.
Not anymore.
Okay, I can see that people like that topic. They are.
Yeah, the comments are piling up again.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Shit, don't cancel it. Oh, damn.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's fine. Resend that again. For those that are new in here, thank you for joining. Make sure to follow Sandhurst, okay? Smash this clap, like, whatever thingy that's on here. And if you have any questions, comments, comment below.
Oh, God. I could imagine what the comments are like. Okay.
For all the Black women, the future Black women that have planning on going on Love Island, please just choose violence. And at the end of the day, choose the money. Don't even care. Choose the money and choose violence. Like, I'm begging you, choose the money and put these men in their place.
Okay.
I agree with choosing the money. I think somebody from one of these shows pick the money over the person, but what you mean violence? What's that mean?
Let TT, let's rein that back, please. Okay, next.
So I am of the differing opinion that I feel like Justine was the one that wanted privacy. I think she saw how Caleb was moving outside the villa, and I think she did it in parts to protect her, because he did say that it was a fight in their relationship. And as Sandhurst is saying, and I agree, that his brand was Perfect Boyfriend. So it does go against his brand for being privacy, because I know a lot of people think that he was making them private, but all he was doing was telling the girlfriend that the relationship was fake. And so I think he agreed to it, but that's why he kept saying outside that.
Hmm.
I think this is probably something we've covered in the past, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But I don't think she was done. It might be her next.
Okay. Let's see.
He and Justine were still together. He kept making statements. He kept putting out that he and Justine were together and they spent time together, and shoring up his brand that he was the perfect boyfriend on the outside, while Justine stops talking about him, about their relationship, November. So I definitely think that Justine probably did see some things that gave her pause. I think she still was getting from him that he was still invested, and I think she was still invested, but I think she did decide to move it out of the spotlight to see if it could last further, or to make sure that things were real.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
Good point. Good possibility.
I completely agree with Sandman. I also noticed that during that conversation where Justine was talking about Caleb looking like John Legend and calling him light skin, referring to him as light skin, I could also tell that Caleb tensed up. I don't think he liked that terminology she used. And I also think that was like, in a way, now looking back, it was kind of like the turning point where I'm not saying that Justine thinks he's or sees him as better because he's light skinned because of his skin tone. But I think in his head, he kind of thought to himself, oh, like, a lot of black people have this colorist mentality where they prefer my skin tone to a darker skin tone. So I'm going to capitalize off that. Like, I can use this to my benefit. I kind of think that was a turning point in his mind where he started to think kind of like down those lines, maybe.
But okay, let's say that's true. If he did tense up, and because she said he's light skinned, which I guess I can understand, seeing how when that statement is referred to like mixed guys or light skinned black guys, it's like a way, it's in a way where it's like you're weaker than a darker skinned black man, right? So let's say that is true and he tensed up. But he also did the same thing by saying, you know, you're chocolate.
Right.
You get what I'm trying to say? So
that's you see, that's the thing. I feel like we're one of the, well, no, we're not one of the few. When you're not white, I feel you're always classifying the shade of your skin color. Like, I feel like white people don't do this to other white people. Like, they'll be like, oh, you got a tan, you've been in the sun. But they're not going to be like, oh, well, you're a dark-skinned white person. But in the Hispanic community, in the Asian community, in our community, we're always calling people out on the color, on the shade, because it has that impact.
Right. And that's, again, due to colorism because of white supremacy.
Yes.
So for those of the closer you align with the lighter shade, the closer you are to that white proximity, and that gives you more agency, you know?
For those of you who may not be aware of this, again, the color of your skin back in the imperial terroristic days of colonialism, the closer you were to their skin color, the better you were treated. If you look at the genocide that happened in Rwanda, that is one of the reasons why that genocide happened, because the Belgians treated one group better than the other, and when they left, the other group did not like that. So, well, I mean, it's more political than that, but that's, you know, that's the scars of colonialism, that colorism and how we view ourselves. Even though we are a rainbow of colors that we should embrace, no, we are classifying. We're like, nope.
Yeah, we're doing the work for them.
Exactly. Anyway, but yes. So, but I don't, I mean, but yeah. Chocolate is fair game to say it's of the same, in the same vein as the light skinnedness. Okay.
In fact, my good sis TT, she's making my morning right now. She said, we gonna get in that ass. I cannot. Fast. But girl, I feel your pain. I didn't buy Caleb's t-shirts, but the shits cost $30. So I can just imagine how pressed she is. I'm right there with you.
I didn't realize they were so expensive. Should be a free t-shirt.
What is Caleb going to do about his social media, his Instagram? That's what I want to know. Especially if he wants to take this forward and go down the influencer route. Like, how is he going to be able to approach this? Because he can't continue to have the comments unlimited, because I'm assuming that those offering him brand deals or whatever going forward, if he gets any, they are going to expect him to have his comments public to increase the amount of engagement with the public when it comes to whatever product he's trying to promote or whatever service he's trying to promote. So he can't go forward forever with this whole restricting his comments thing. So it'd just be interesting to know how he's going to really navigate through this whole situation.
I'll let you get this one.
Okay, I mean, I studied public relations in school, and what we would advise someone really and truly would be to lay low for a couple of months, because again, yes, right now it's a hot news story, but in like 2-3 months, nobody's really going to care.
Right.
You have to understand that even the people who are like offering these deals will know what the political climate is right now. And I don't foresee him getting that many endorsements from people, because again, they're going to be following his engagements before they offer him a contract, right? So if they realize everybody's coming for him, and Murad Morali is doing shows, Kadija is doing shows, Sandman is doing shows about how he's a fraud and X, Y, and Z, I don't foresee him getting new deals right now. So he has to lay low for a while, let it blow off, and then slowly come back. But the question is, how does he come back? Because again, he doesn't have a brand outside of the one that we have already discussed.
Right. I completely agree. And furthermore, like, the likelihood of him losing all of his followers is very low. Like, he's going to lose a lot, but he's not going to lose all of them, and they're still going to be there. And followers equals money. So, like you said, if within a couple months when this dies down, we move on to another story, he's going to pick it back up and keep it pushing. It's life.
Yeah. Yep. Next.
In response to what you were saying, Sandman, I understand where you're coming from, that Caleb probably feels more comfortable with his white side because, he's close to his mum, and, his dating choices or preferences or whatever are probably going to reflect the way his mum looks. That's fine. Like, if that's what he prefers, like, he can stick to his white side. But what really irks me is the fact that he used the Black Lives Matter movement, the pro-black, the Black Love narrative to really propel him into the forefront of
this
true TV show so that he can profit of it. He was thinking of himself, and that's the problem I have. He used that strategically to profit off it and to benefit for himself, and that is just so selfish and calculated, and just it's appalling.
Okay.
I definitely agree with that.
Okay. Sorry, because I knew while it was happening, it bothered me. When Caleb's father told him that statement about you have no idea how we're so proud of you, you're being this representative for young Black men, blah 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 blah,
right,
I am pretty sure, I am 100% sure that, because you remember I told you they only showed a minute of a conversation that would most likely be 40 minutes, whatever. I am pretty sure his father told him, hey, outside here, the Black community is mobilizing for you all. I am pretty sure he would have said
and I bet you he said it in not so many words either, because if, we're like Wakanda forever, wink, wink, we get it.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing. And that's the calculating part too. I feel like his father went on there and did that just to add to the whole sentiment of black, 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 black. Okay?
Right.
Because when Caleb starts leaning on Justine's shoulder and starts crying, and he says that line like, yeah, my father said that I'm a good example for black, I'm like, okay, he has
And
drunk the Kool-Aid and he is
let
starting
me
to
add on
milk
to
this on.
that. Right. Remember when I said he cared more about that rather than
Yes.
hers, and he was crying more about that. Right. And I was like, this seems off.
Here's the
I was
thing.
like, nah.
Here's the thing. I do find in that moment, it was a real reaction. I'm not going to say
Yeah.
it's fake. I think
No,
it was
I think it was real, but it was real with regards to on it being about him and what he represented, not about their relationship.
Right. Exactly. And then the part that really was the gut the disgust for me, even though I mean I still loved him at this time, it was just a real side-eye moment, was when he used that this love is unapologetically black. I was like, that is such a statement, meaning like I'm throwing red meat to the masses, if you understand what I'm saying. Like when he said that line in the finale when they won, I was like, why would you make that statement? This love is unapologetically black. I just felt like that was the moment for me where I was like, okay, I see where you see you're gonna make your money. If you understand what I'm saying. Like I see where you see you're gonna make your money. And that's when he came on his live and he was talking about doing the mentorship and that kind of stuff. It was along those lines of he thought his brand at the time was gonna be upstanding black male single, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
I think
and it was
he saw
performative.
himself. Yes. But I don't think he realized, like, I mean, for some of us looking, I mean, like, it definitely was a crazy moment. I was just like, this is not, I wouldn't say this if I'm in love or if I'm in, like this just seems so calculated. As Simi said, it seems very calculated that you were going to try and appeal to this audience that is riled up right now,
Right.
Anyway.
I agree.
Yes, I'm from Trinidad. And I also have another question. So, the reason why I looked up to him so much, more so post the show, was because of how he carried himself. He wanted to do charities. His whole brand was about giving back. And I really looked up to him as a young person myself. So that was something that I believed that he wanted to do. Now with him having a platform that is degenerating by the second, he still has a lot of followers, 300,000, but it's still followers that don't believe in him anymore. I'm curious as to how it is he could possibly bring back his image from this, because I don't see any coming back from this after that, especially how he's acting now, a little bit nonchalant.
I think you answered that earlier.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, always know there's always going to be somebody who likes a person. Yeah, like, like you may think they lost everybody, but somebody's going to be like, oh no, I love them because of what they did. So anyway.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this conversation. You guys have touched on so many topics and I just really, really love it. I think you guys should actually have like a regular podcast where you guys touch on black issues in the black community. And I also love the diversity of people who've actually come on from the UK, from the Caribbean, from the US. So yeah, I really love it. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Winnie. I didn't catch everything. It was kind of going in and out, but thank you so much.
It was very complimentary. Very complimentary. Thank you. All right, next one.
Also, people saying that he broke up with Justine, I don't believe that. I felt like she broke up with him.
Yeah, I thought it was her.
I felt like she probably noticed that he was moving funny, so she probably tried to end it. And being the manipulator that he is, he probably reeled her back in. But I honestly see her breaking up with him first.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I thought she did break up with him. I thought it was
Yeah,
the fact
that's
that she broke up with him first. I thought that was what happened, but
yeah.
okay.
After apparently she got the picture, or she saw the picture his sisters posted.
Yeah.
That's what I
But
understood it to be.
TT's been camped out, so she might know something we don't know.
Like on the show, there was a scene where she was even saying that she was it was hard for her to open up to him because she felt like everything was too good to be true. Like
Oh
people think
Lord.
Justine is just this naive girl that's just gonna fall for
No.
Oh
everything. I
no.
felt like she low key probably peeped that Caleb was like, playing her, so she probably like ended it. I believe that.
No,
Yeah.
I think Justine is smart, and I think she's on game. I mean,
Yes.
let's be for real.
Yes.
Remember Selly Johnny's situation when she had a conversation with Selly, and she was
Yep.
like, "Yo, he doesn't care about your feelings, girl. I've seen
Mm-hmm.
how he moves. Like Justine is not stupid. Far from it."
Yeah. 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 Which is why, like, the swiftness that this ended, tells me she's gonna be okay.
Right.
Justine is a
Right.
mature woman. She like, okay, I saw the picture. I don't need you to explain nothing. Boom, we
Right.
done. Like it could be like, well, yeah, we're gonna stay together long. No, no, she was like cut.
Right. She
So
respects herself.
yeah, she gonna be okay. She gonna be
Right.
okay with me. Okay.
She
Next.
gonna be all
What do you
right.
guys think about the podcast that Caleb and Carrington were meant to be coming out with? Do you think it's still going to go ahead, or do you think
Nope.
that Caleb has not only sabotaged this opportunity for himself, but also Carrington too?
I mean, I mean, I feel like Carrington's image from the show, even though I like him, I feel like if they did do it, it wouldn't hurt because they're kind of Caleb kind of became him. No, you know what? No, let me not say that. At least Carrington was authentic with himself. He told them girls the truth. They didn't want to
Yes.
believe it. It is what
I
it is.
loved it.
Okay, so I
I
can
loved
respect
it.
him for that.
Yep.
With
Yep.
Caleb, I mean, it depends if Carrington wants to align with him. So if Carrington's
Right.
down, I think it's a possibility. It's not a terrible look, but it depends on Caleb. I mean, on
And
Carrington.
Carrington comes from a wealthy family. Carrington makes money himself. I don't believe. I think his legal team will tell him, "Do not do this." If I could be honest, his legal team will tell him, "Nope, do not do this right now." Especially right now. Maybe later on. I honestly don't see their personalities as engaging enough for us to really tune in every week to be like, I want to
Yeah.
hear what Carrington and Caleb have to say. So I'm sorry. Weirdly enough, I find Carrington to be an interesting character.
Yeah, he has personality.
Yeah. Weirdly, I think even if he and Connor were to do something, that may be like two different sides because Connor's so like, sweet,
Chill and
docilely,
sedate.
chill, and
Yeah.
Carrington is a bit more like, into the scene kind of thing. So I feel like that
Right.
would be interesting. But Caleb, I don't see that. Anyway, okay, and
I think it's interesting that you're saying, as we talk about, he needs to lay low, he needs to take a chill, he needs to calm down. During this time, for the first time since this all happened, I went to look at his Instagram page, and he has deleted all the posts, the videos about everything about the breakup. But his Instagram story, it's very uncomfortable. He was doing like a question thing, like a would you rather this or what would you decide? Like clearly trying to get that interaction and engagement with fans. And yeah, it's just making me, like, as we talk about the narcissism, the lack of empathy, the lack of accountability, it's all ringing true to go to his page and see him truly trying to get that engagement, truly trying to have that influencer life.
Right.
Knowing what he's done so soon after as well. Like, he had no downtime, he had no lay low. And so, yeah, It's really interesting. Clearly, he just wanted the fame.
Well, yeah. Yeah, you only have 15 seconds. You only have 15 seconds. So the thing is, and it's hard, ladies and gentlemen, it is very addictive. It is very addictive and it's hard to let go. So even when you have the fame and then you do something so stupid that it goes horribly awry, and then you must now lay low in order to salvage your whole lifestyle, your reputation, it is still hard to give up the fame aspect of it. And you still want to be out there, and you still want the adulation. And yes, that's narcissistic, but that is literally anyone who has that touch of fame. You still want it. So yeah,
Right.
it's perfect for me. I look at that and I'm like, yep, you can't let go of that fame, and which is why you're still trying to engage with these people when you really should shut this down. Just shut
Right.
it down, don't do anything, and then come back. But it's addictive, ladies and gentlemen, very addictive.
Well,
Okay.
hopefully he'll learn his lesson soon enough and just shut up. But we'll see.
If his manager, Shady, whatever his name might be like, no, you need to get out there more. Doing the worst. Okay, last one.
You are right, guys. I think Justine was the one to call it quits, but I think where the confusion comes into it is that Caleb was trying to act like they ended on mutual terms, everything was amicable, although it's clear from the evidence we've seen that that is not the case. They didn't release a statement together. It wasn't, it came from Justine. The announcement came from Justine. There was no announcement from Caleb. It was more of a reaction to Justine's announcement about their breakup.
Right.
And, the way things have unfolded, it's quite clear that it wasn't mutual. It wasn't amicable.
I agree. And I think at the end of the day, he was just trying to clean up his image. Like, I think for him, it would have been better if they didn't say anything at all, because if they said something, he would have to answer to it. So, and Justine didn't allow that because she took the power back by saying, hey, yeah, me and him are done. We're both, moving forward, and best to everyone, and kept it pushing at that. And it was short and sweet and not dirty.
I think this is the funny part about all of this. I think he thought she was gonna go dirty, if I can be honest. I think the statement came out and he was like, oh my God, she's gonna start talking all kinds of crap about me. I'm gonna jump out front on this and start talking first. And it never came from her side. And now he looks like the situation he's in right now. To me, 100%, he put himself in, because had he just let the fans do the work and find all of these nuggets and whatever and said nothing, then the fans would be mad and up in their arms. But again, we would not have him on record for saying all of this stuff,
Right.
So I personally feel like he in anticipation of thinking she was gonna play dirty, he screwed himself even more by jumping ahead and starting talking about all of this crap and friends and family and all of that. And I feel like he screwed himself. So Justine, well played again. Well played again.
Check and mate.
Yeah. Hilarious. Okay, I guess we have one more.
Yeah, I agree with the last caller. I just feel like, I don't know if she broke up with him. I know she did that day she saw the pictures. But what I think is that he was giving her a dream. I feel like his girlfriend would have went back to France. He would have went to LA with her and continued on this facade as long as he could have, until he reached the point that he needed to be at to be successful. I feel like that was his whole end game. And she was in love with him. I think she really cared about him and wanted to really find that authentic love that she talked about. So while she went on the show for fame and to boost her image, I think she also went on there to find love, which she felt that she found in him.
Right. I can agree with that.
Yeah, it's acceptable. The reason
it's acceptable.
The reason, I'm sorry to say it like that. The reason why I say it like that is because, like, I don't think she went and she was like, well, I may find love on the show. I feel as though she interacted with men on the show. This guy was a great guy on the show We
Mm.
talk, we you know, we feel for each other. You know, yeah, I fell for him. I fell in love. I feel after the show, yes, she would have still been trying to make it work as she should. But I think, yes, she was smart enough to see that he was selling the dream. Fine.
Right.
And she ended it. But, you know, bim, bam, boom. Like, again, Justine hasn't let us in on really what the emotional toll was. Because, again, I don't want us to get into this whole, like, oh my God, she was crying tears and rivers. And, you know, she probably was like, oh, okay, click, next man. If you understand what I'm like, it could have had no drastic emotional effect on her as well.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean,
like, it's possible.
it's
So,
possible, but I doubt it. I think she generally really cared, and I would even say had love for him for real. Maybe not in love, but I think she had love for him, and that's hurtful, and that's something that's gonna it's gonna take some time for her to, you know, heal from that. But like, let's not
yeah.
put this image that, you know, just because, you know, we're strong,
Yeah.
that like we can't be vulnerable
Yeah.
too. And I don't
Well,
think that's
no,
what you're
no.
doing, but
No,
I
no,
just
no.
want
I'm
to
not
say
doing
that
that.
because, like,
Um,
yeah, like we're
yeah.
human,
Yeah.
but I
Well, no,
know that's not what you're saying.
I understand that. It's just that, like, again, I look back at that first them coming out to that him coming out to visit her in New Jersey. I look back at that now and I'm like, okay, Justine's whole aura while he was there was, you're doing the most. Like, I just felt
Mm.
like he was like trying to make it entertaining, and she's just like, look, I'm cooking bacon. Like,
Okay.
it just didn't seem like I think she could have actually been looking at warning signs too. If
Mm.
you understand what I'm saying, like, it's weird.
Yeah.
I got the impression that Caleb was trying to make this the Justine Caleb show, and she was like, yeah, this is a bit much. And that's why I'm getting this impression that maybe a theory here, that she was probably like, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. Let me let this guy go, because
Right.
obviously he's not into me. I'm seeing the receipts here. I don't know if I myself am anymore, if I'm attracted to him anymore, or in that, if I have that same love for him anymore, because again, I'm seeing him in a different light. He doesn't
Mm.
text me back. Like, you know, I feel like the signs were even there before we even got the receipts. So
Right.
I'm not sure if she was devastated, you know? So
Mm.
that's my thoughts.
Okay.
Okay.
I definitely agree with you, Sandman, that Caleb thought Justine was going to play dirty and expose him, because it's quite clear that Justine did not give Caleb the heads up. She put that announcement statement out without even letting Caleb know, probably because, I don't know if they were going back and forth or whatever, but she felt like she owed it to the fans to do that. He wasn't prepared, hence why his comments were still open, and people were, you know, sending comments to his Instagram. He got backlash on his photos, and his mum, I think she received a lot of backlash on her Instagram posts, and then she ended up putting her Instagram on private. So I completely agree with you that Caleb definitely thought Justine was going to out him, but it didn't happen, and he should have known Justine better than that. But
Yeah.
you know, I think he more cared about protecting his
Nah.
image.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Doing a lot of
That
damage
will
control.
blind you. Yeah,
Right.
that will
Yeah, I don't
blind
think
you.
it's in her nature
Yeah.
to be vengeful like that. I think she just
Yeah.
was like, hey, kind of like what you said, I'm done. Let me put this statement out here because I'm not trying to be fake about this and keep it pushing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I think it really angered Caleb that Justine, you know, made the announcement without his knowledge at the time. Because I don't know how true this is, but I heard that Caleb was woken up by one of his friends. I don't know if one of his friends called him and let him know, look, you're getting a lot of backlash on your pictures. You know, Justine's released a statement that you guys have broken up. So, yeah, I think it angered Caleb that he wasn't able to prepare for what was coming, because he would have definitely had put those comments on. He would have limited it if he had known it was coming, and his mum would have done the same as well. So I think it annoyed him not having that control, not being in control of
Right.
things.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
Okay.
is.
Yeah. We need to be careful, Simi, on the whole, like, I heard his friend woke him up while he was drinking tea, and like all these details. I'm so shocked that people actually got that, like his best friend was the one who told him. Like, um that could be hearsay,
Right.
so just be careful on that.
Yeah, I agree with Kadija that she probably was hurt by it. Murad said he talked to her and she said that she was blindsided and confused. So, and the way that she immediately put that statement out and unfollowed him and his mom once those pictures dropped, that definitely says that was a woman that was hurt and was like,
Right.
oh, hell no. And just started
Don't play
and
me like
immediately
this.
reacted. So I
Right.
definitely think she was hurt by all of this.
Right.
Okay. All right, Justine. Yo, I don't know why people go on reality shows for love. I really don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let's
Oh,
to be
so I keep
damn.
doing
Okay,
that.
Wendy, send that again. But I was gonna say, to be fair, I think, like you said, both of them, they said they just came on to see what it is, to have that experience, and if it happened, it happened. If it didn't, it didn't. I don't think they both said they didn't ever expect that they would actually find
Yeah.
someone, and I think that is true to both of them. And like we
Yeah.
said before, Justine fell hard. Jason, what's his name? Jaleb. Lord have mercy. Caleb.
Damn, you forgot about him already? Damn.
Just not as much.
Okay. Oh, on a side note, ladies and gentlemen, they say the most successful relationships are when the man is more into the woman, as well as when the woman is more attractive than the man. Okay, so when you're assessing future partners, make sure that he is less
That
attractive than
sounds
you
so
are.
sad. I'm not gonna lie. I get it, but it's just like, yeah, just kind of settle for someone that likes you more than you like them.
Well, it's again, just we have to realize relationships are more than love. They're more than it's more than the love and attraction perspective. Like there's so many things that go into it, and what they claim, and I'm not going to sign off on this or not, they claim that women need a man who is like devoted to them, right? Whereas men look at women as that like shiny status symbol, and I hate using that word. I know I hate saying that word. It's like, well, I'm with the most beautiful woman on my arm, so that's why they're more, well, supposedly more into that woman, because she represents something that is better than he is. If he thinks he is, go on.
No, I was just gonna say that plays into what I said earlier about like
Yeah.
this narrow vision of what we think man should be, which always strives for like
Exactly.
status, in relation to power and having the best, or all this pussy, quote unquote. So yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah, the thing that irks me about that is whenever I hear young men say like, yeah, I want the chick that every guy wants. I'm like, that is horrible, because usually you're going after a woman you don't even like. She might not even be your type, but because everybody thinks she's great, you're going after her, and then you realize all these problems after. But anyway, let's move on.
Justine says that she's in therapy, so she definitely was devastated. I really do think that she was blindsided and hurt. And no matter what warning signs we see, if we have a certain amount of love for somebody,
I don't think she's finished.
Yeah.
Also, supposedly Carrington started unliking a lot of Caleb's
stuff here.
older posts. So I really think he also, because Carrington was also one of the ones saying still that, Justine and Caleb are still together. I talk to this man every day. We're working on something. They're still together. I think he was also misled, and I doubt that whatever they were working on is coming back out.
Okay.
I can see Carrington doing that. He got that petty in him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As for the therapy that Justine is, well, then I eat my words. I eat my words on what I said before. I will say this: a lot of people who come off of reality shows do have to take therapy because of the added scrutiny that they're under. You know, because this is not just a regular breakup like in the past. This is
Right.
a breakup that millions of people feel that they have the right to comment on.
Right.
So again, I think that can be overwhelming to anyone. So I understand why she would seek therapy. Okay.
Right.
All I was basically going to say was, whilst I know everyone goes on the show to get some following and to get some brand deals, I do believe Justine went onto the show to get that, as well as find someone she could be with. Not, I'm not talking about long term, but maybe have some sort of future with or whatever. Because she applied for the show, she wasn't recruited. She made an application form and she had to probably write an essay, or I don't know, to explain why she wanted to go into the show. So, and also Murad said he spoke to her, that she was blindsided, she was hurt, she was heartbroken. So from an African person, I am African, you do not take a man to see your parents if you do not want a future with them. That is a number one rule. In an African household, you don't bring a guy there. If you bring in a guy, it has to be someone that you want to see some sort of future with. So whilst I do know that, whilst I do think she's very strong, I think she was slightly heartbroken.
Yeah.
Caleb, you done messed it up for all of us.
Sandhurst, don't worry, you got a chance. Hey, you're in Cali, she in Cali. You might cross paths. Who knows?
I might get tongue tied when I see her. I'll be honest. But anyway.
Yo, I'm still gonna say, I can't believe she's only 5'5". I don't know if it's because her legs are so long or her torso is so long. She looks so much taller than that to me.
Well, I mean, TV does do that. Like all of your favorite celebrities are very short. They are very, very short. Hold on.
I think what really pushed this thing overboard was when okay, so I don't know what Venmo is. They don't have this back home here. But I guess it's public record of when it is you send money to somebody. And the last Venmo receipt from Justine to Caleb was December 18th. And it came across as it was like paying for an apartment or just somewhere to stay. So it just kind of baffled people that, you know, at December 18th, you somewhat stayed with Justine, or there was a transaction that was made from before, earlier in the month, and then December 25th you just came and spent Christmas with somebody else. So I would be as upset as Justine too, and I would have deleted everything in a whirlwind.
You saw that? You saw that tweet about that?
I saw the receipt. I'm like, how is this public record? That's scary, one.
Yeah, no, Venmo,
and two, that's where I got the date from. I was like, damn, like the 18th you were hanging, or during that time period you're probably hanging out, and then a week later you're with your family and your girl.
I use Venmo, but you can actually make it private. You can make your transactions private. I don't know why people want this to be public record, but
that's creepy.
Okay, and
couple questions. Why do you think that all of the ladies have unfollowed Caleb? And then secondly, do you think that Caleb will try to contact Justine or ever apologize for what he's done? Like, he's totally embarrassed her on a national level. This woman has to now hold her head high, knowing that everyone has seen through Twitter everything that has went down between them. I don't know if most women would be able to, handle that on a national level. I think she's doing really well. I commend her. I'm rooting for her. And I'm actually praying for him because he's 24. I know we say he's not a baby, but he's 24, and we all know men don't mature as fast as women.
I think that's what confuses me about her strength, because I definitely think she is handling this so amazingly well on the surface. if you understand. Like, yes, she's seeking her therapy, as if you all have confirmed this, that she's getting her therapy. She's doing all the self-work that she should be doing right now. She's not focusing on him. She's not focusing on getting him or outing him or blah, blah, blah. She's doing what she needs to be doing, which that's the part that I think maybe for in my naivete, I'm like, well, no, she's tough. Because as you said, like a lot of us would have taken to social media to be petty and be unliking this and taking this down and this, that, and the other, you know, but she's not doing that. So it can also lead one to jump to the conclusion of, oh, unbothered. But
Yeah.
for the whole being embarrassed thing, I really hope for her that she knows that this isn't embarrassing for her. Like, this is way just a massive narrative on the type of person he is.
Right.
So I really hope she doesn't feel a sense of embarrassment on this.
Right.
And it's like, you know what? I'm just going to focus on me now. Let me just do that. Let him be what he needs to be, you know?
Right. I agree. I will say, if we, based on her character and what we've seen of her on the show, right? When it came to handling people or dealing with drama on the show, she's always been someone, I don't want to say a pacifist, but she's very calm in her reaction. She isn't dramatic. And for me, based on how she interacted with people, whether that was Mackenzie, whether that was Sally, Johnny, whoever, she always handled herself well. So for me, in seeing how she's handling this, I think it's the same thing where she's like, you know what, I'm just gonna say this, but in the background, I might be crying, am I yelling, you know, talk to my sister and be like, fuck that motherfucker, whatever. But like, I'm not gonna show that in the streets because that's not how I am. And she's also stated she is someone that's very private. Private. Understand and respect that. You know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, although it's hard to be private and go on a reality show, you know? So, you know, there are conflicts there, but yeah.
Right.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if you agree, but I really don't think Justine needs to be, like, embarrassed by anything. I just feel like Caleb's just played himself. He looks dumb. Everyone fucks with Justine. Everyone just knows that she just comes across like such a lovely and sincere person. And yeah, I just don't feel like she should even be humiliated. Like, I feel definitely she'll be sad and heartbroken, but in terms of being like humiliated or feeling some type of way, I don't think she needs to, because Caleb is the one that just looks stupid in every way.
I completely agree with you.
Yep.
Sandhurst, is there any additional thing you'd like to add on? Because we have been talking for almost 4.5 hours.
And I know you want to sleep. No, I think, to be very honest, I feel your fans definitely came with their homework done. So I think they were the stars of this podcast, of this live. TT, please leave that man alone. But yeah, I don't have anything else to add. I think we've spoken definitely ad nauseum. Ladies and gentlemen, leave these people alone. Let's move on to the next show. You know, leave them alone.
For real, like, let's just support.
And when Justine and I become a couple, you know, we want our privacy. I'm going to tell you that now. We want our privacy right now, okay? So,
well, let's speak it into existence. No, yo, you've been amazing. I always love your perspective on everything. For everyone that's tuned in today, thank y'all so much. We have a comment. We're definitely going to address any other additional comments that you guys post, but this has been wonderful. If we decide later on to add more to this or talk about other subjects, me and Sandhurst are definitely going to converse, you know, and figure that out. But I love this dynamic of you guys being able to interact with us for sure.
A quick question: does my lips move when I talk?
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
it does.
This is crazy.
That's why I love this avatar.
This is crazy. Modern technology. I feel like such an old man. Are we gonna take this last one or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So this is another thing that I was like really curious about, because His reaction on social media right now is not one of remorse. He's just acting like nothing ever happened, and just continuing the next day. So, like, as a man, Sandhurst, as a man, when you think it will all hit him, because Justine is the type of person I want to be like. You see how she's handling the situation right now? I commend her 1,000%. Even just the way she carried herself in the villa. I, as a man, but I'm not, but as a man, at some point it would click to me that I just lost somebody like this. Like, I know that he's probably not feeling it right now, and that he's young, but do you think he'll ever at one point like sit down in a dark room and say, wow, I really messed this up with this girl?
At the age of 29 and 1 month, he will feel it. I know that sounds
exactly
like a joke.
At that age.
I know that sounds like a joke. But when you hit 29 and you're not in that committed relationship, even as a man, you know, we don't think of marriage usually that often. Well, some of us don't. But when you hit 29 and you're single and you realize you're about to hit that 30, and you will start evaluating every woman who has come through your life, and you will be able to discern the good ones between the good ones and the bad ones. At 29 years and 1 month, you will be like, oh shit, I messed that up. Because for the remainder of his 20s, he's still going to be like, well, I'll find another one. There's going to be another good one. Or eventually I'm going to play, and then I'll find her. And then he will realize, shit, I mean, there are good women out there, don't get me wrong, but it is very hard to find a good quality woman like Justine presented herself on that show. Again, I say presented because, again, we don't really know fully the story of Justine, but from what I saw there and what I saw in the lives and what I saw in her interactions, that is a damn good woman right there. And it is very rare to find them willy-nilly just on a reality show, you know? So, yeah. That's my thoughts on that.
I think that's a great answer. And Sandhurst, if you want, like if I end this live, you could actually have somebody jump in and you can continue talking if you want. So if that's something that you'd like, I can just be like, hey, y'all, it's been dope. Anybody want to join in? And they'll call you. And then you'll see that little call button there. And once I get off, then I'll just connect you to that person. Would you be down for that, or are you tired too?
I must admit, I have been up since 3 a.m. so
Yo, I feel you.
After
I feel
this,
you.
yeah, it's 10 a.m. now, so I may be taking a nap on this.
Okay.
But yeah, I see we have one more. I mean, I enjoyed my interactions with you. It's rare that we actually get to talk that
I
much.
know, and this is our first time like getting to talk like in depth like this. So I'm really happy that we got to do this.
Yes. Okay.
Where's this guy's hairline at?
I am bald, okay? Leave me alone. I'm 34. It's the first thing to go, my hairline. Okay. All right.
Yo, it's been so much fun. Thank you everyone for participating. Definitely we'll post this outside of here. Thank y'all again. Everybody, TT, let me see, is this Samoki?
Oh.
There was a name like that earlier. All y'all, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Oh shit, now we got more comments.
Yeah, Simi came through, Winnie came through. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Oh,
I'm just kidding, my G. No, my G.
Okay. Is this another one of his?
Again? Okay, come on, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah.
Y'all should do this more often, please. Y'all really need to be doing this more often because y'all together are fire. I'm just saying.
Hey, if y'all have topics, let us know. Hit us up. You know where to find us, and we'll discuss it and we'll make it happen. We'll figure out our schedule because we are 9 hours different, so it's hard to kind of plan this.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wish you a wonderful morning. It's evening for me. God damn y'all with these comments. Okay, this is the last comment. We're not accepting any more.
Okay. Are we ready?
Smegma99 is killing me right now.
All right, y'all. Have a great night, or evening, night, morning, whatever. Have a great weekend, okay?
All right. Have a good one. Thank you all so
right.
much.
Bye.
Pull up, pull up, I pull up, pull up, I pull up, I pull up.